about to go live. Countdown. Don't forget to follow the Instagram page, everyone. It's up so you guys can follow and all that good stuff. Blah, 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 blah. Nice. All right. Let's go. Big up the family. Big up the family. All right, let's get this show on the road. So we can make a nice, smooth transition. Let's see if we can do it. Hold on. Let me. Oh, there we go. Is that one? It's not even that one. Hold on. Wait. It's that one. There we go. 1, 2, 3, and magic. Almost smooth. All right. Okay. This is the 84th show. Welcome to Black Betterment Broadcast. I'm your host, Rap Raven. All right. So let's go for your quick intros. All right. So after much research, I've unfortunately concluded that currently Black people are collectively inadequate. That's a problem. We need to fix that problem. Hence why we have this show. So let's do it. All right. Excellent. So naturally, we're going to throw a link out, and people in the community, you're welcome to jump in. But when you jump in, please, we want to use the 4D values. Now, what are the 4D values? Discipline, dedication, dignity, and discernment. All right. Let's say it one more time. Discipline, dedication, dignity, and discernment. Very important stuff. Please remember that because we need it when we talk. Very helpful. That's right. Can using descriptive language instead of derogatory language help Black people stay better on topic? It can. So when we talk, please don't use any derogatory terms, especially towards other Black people. Never nice. Just constructive language is very helpful. Trust me, I should know. All right. So what is Black Betterment? Black Betterment is Black people helping Black people on Black issues for betterment. That's right. It's a lifestyle. So we are promoting the lifestyle of Black Betterment on this entire broadcast. And hopefully we can influence others to do the same. And they can also practice Black Betterment. And that's right. Let's promote the lifestyle of Black Betterment, which is Black people helping Black people on Black issues for betterment. Pretty simple, but that's what it is. We will be showing a lot of videos from the interweb. Disclaimer, copyright under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowances made for fair use purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, scholarship research. Fair use is used permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing, non-profitable, educational, or personal tips to the balance of favor of fair use. That's right. That is right. Greetings, everyone. All right, so we're right on the topic. So 2 topics today, which we'll be discussing. Here they are. So, what are the benefits to only having Black content in Black upliftment social spaces? And should Black Betterment, this is the second one, live shows only let those who support the concept of Black Betterment speak? Oh, that's right. Let me just press space. Excellent. Now I can see it better. Sorry, guys. All right, cool. Where are we? Here we are. Excellent. Cool. So let's break down the first one. What are the benefits to only having Black content in Black upliftment social spaces? So where does this come from? Okay, big up Dominica there. So it's good to see the flags. There you go. One family separated across many countries and nations. There you go. Excellent. So basically, what is it? What are we trying to say in what are the benefits of only having Black content in Black upliftment social spaces? So basically, there's many content out there that is Black centered, or at least within the wording process, which is good. We need that. Very helpful, fantastic, right? And I'm saying, is it beneficial to try to make sure that when you're posting the content, all you are seeing for the most part, or the 100% part, is Black content, as in Black people doing Black stuff? Is there any benefits of also having non-Black people in there? I would probably argue not so much. What do you guys think? Do you think if you have like a Black centered social page that shows Black cooking or Black uplifting stories or Black relationships or whatever it is, or should we say relationships or whatever, right? To just, if you have Black in the title or African in the title or whatever it might be, to just limit it to having Black content, Black visuals. Why do I say this? Well, one, because it's Black Betterment. But 2, because sometimes when you start mixing and matching that kind of stuff, you might actually indirectly undermine Black people. It happens a lot. We're going to start looking at some of those processes, see how that works. And also, you might not be actually false advertisement in some regards. So let's go for the first one. What we're going to go through is basically, what was I looking through? I should have written this down, but I didn't, so shame on me twice. But I think I was on a site called, I want to say Dope Black Dads. That's what I want to say. Now, big up them because they're showing Black fathers being constructive. So this is good stuff. 100%. Well done. Good stuff. However, I think I saw a couple of posts, or one recently, where they actually started having non-black people in the post, and it kind of subverted how people might interpret something. So look at this that I've got from Instagram. Let me know what you think. We're gonna play it now. Press play. Hey. Rewind.
Get up, man. Yo. Get up, man. Look at you.
I look to you. After all my strength is gone.
Let's check it out one more time. For those who are probably cooking or in the house walking around, so they can't look at the screens because it's more of a radio affair, I'll try to explain what we're saying. So we say it again.
Yo.
So what happens? There's a sister. She's sleeping with a child in her hands.
Get up.
She's in a bonnet. She's probably sitting on some kind of chair.
Man, look at you.
And then the one would assume is the partner or the husband or this kind of stuff is not best pleased and probably not the best supporting in that situation. Now what they've done is there's now a fade to black, and they've gone to a image of a European white lady with what you might assume a biracial child, and there's a black man. One would assume this is his child. If it wasn't, that would even add more twists and turns to the tale. And she's done the same thing. She's fallen more in a comfortable position on the couch, I would say. And she's I guess feeding the child with her not being awake, which is not best. And he comes in and he's ready.
I look to you.
So he takes away the milk. There's some kind of pop song in the background, some major minor chord kind of happy feeling music that you can hear. And he's taking care of the child. There you go. And then what does he do?
After all my
strength
is gone.
This is his wife, the potential wife, a person he cohabits the house with. On the forehead.
Yo.
All right. So those are the two things. So I will play it one more time without narration so you can see it. Go.
Yo. Get up, man. Look at you.
I look to you. After all my strength is gone.
All right, let's stop there. So let's unpack. So basically, the question is, for those who are coming in at this moment, what are the benefits to only having black content in black upliftment social spaces? So this is a place called Dope Black Dads. So it specializes in dope black dads. And so dope black dads, one would assume is just dads who are black, which by those rules could be, you could have anyone else in there. Could be any kind of wife from all over the planet, whatever, right? But what I'm saying is when we start having this word black and we start having non-black people in there and you start showing content such as this, sometimes it might not work best in black people's best interest because once again we have and if there's any other things that you guys have picked up on this particular video, by all means, just throw your opinions in the side of the comment section. Voila. And it's a good look. You see a black woman falling asleep with a child in her hands, and then the black partner is very aggressive. And then the next shot is the same situation from a European white lady, and the black husband is kissing her on the forehead, soft music, I guess supportive, this kind of stuff. And I'm sure there's other underlying many issues there as well, which we can unpack. But so I think a solution to this kind of stuff, if it is a problem, is to, when you have black centered content, only have black centered content, really. So perhaps if he showed two videos, one of a black man and a black woman being dysfunctional, or one of a black man and a black woman being functional, this would allow the juxtapositioning, I guess, to really stand out. A bit more now, it could be subverted. Maybe I'm reaching, or maybe I'm not. Also, there was another. I saw this one. When I saw this, I started scrolling down on their page, and I saw this. Now, this was a 3-part video, but this was the start of the first video. So,
my wife and I cross over for about.
So this is from a page that's called Dope Black Dads, and this is a European white man with, I would assume, a white wife because of the child, unless they adopted.
6 weeks, and then as of the 7th of May, I'll be going solo until the beginning of July.
So your wife goes back to work, is that right? And you're going to be staying at home with the kids?
Correct.
Oh, I love that so much. But is it financially viable, though? Does it work? Is your company very, very helpful in terms of paying for that?
Yeah, so we're in a really fortunate position. So my company will pay 19 weeks at full company pay. So for the financial impact for us, it's obviously great. I know for others that aren't in such a fortunate position, it can be quite difficult.
Marvin, you're daddy of 2.
Yes.
You haven't taken shared parental leave. Why is that?
So it mainly started off because we didn't even know it existed.
Oh,
To
really?
be completely honest, yeah. In every single touch point that we went through in terms of going through the pregnancy, every meeting we went to, nobody ever mentioned that it was humanly possible. So we never considered it. I would have loved to have been able to do it. And to be honest, I think that's probably...
Maybe that one wasn't too bad. There you go. All right, cool. We'll unpack that one. Now what we're gonna do, we're gonna or maybe it is, if you guys pick anything, let me know. We're now gonna segue to another, but we've brought this up before, maybe we should stop being a dead horse. But a very popular Instagram page called Black Love, very important word, very important title there. And we're just using that just to further emphasize. I went on that page and I was just reading some of the comments, seeing some of the consistencies about stuff. And here's some of the stuff. Don't get me wrong, they show a lot of black couples loving each other and all that good stuff, black love. But they also have a few other stuff. So let's look at some of the other stuff that some people weren't best pleased with. Is this all of them? Let's play this one first. Rewind.
I look at you, looking at me. Now I know why they say the best things are free. Gonna love you, boy, you are so bad.
All right, so this is on a page called Black Love. We're seeing a black sister, and she's married to a military Asian fellow, happily married. There you go. This is on a page called Black Love. Once again, we are not talking about the actual couples. We're talking about the branding. And is that good advertisement? Is that something that we should really try to claim words? And let's look at another one on the same page. Rewind.
Add 27 photos to this sound and let it.
Those who can't see, there's a black sister with a white brother, man here, and for Big Bear and that kind of stuff.
Sing.
Yeah, lots of kisses in that from the couple. Good for them. And I think there's one more. Maybe there wasn't. Maybe there was. What's this one? Is this? I can't find the other one. I mean, I haven't uploaded it. Who cares? All right, cool. So yeah, once again, and the reason I'm saying this because and it's with that particular page as well. I know there's a lot of men on there commenting saying, you have a lot of interracial couples, but of a woman to a man, but you never have any black men to non-black women. Not that anything would make that make any sense, but yeah, it's I think there is something on that page that is obviously against showing black men with non-black women, but not the other way around. So then maybe there's some political game that you guys know that I don't know. Right. Oh, so now we're going to segue slightly into should Black Betterment live show on that support course? Right. So one other thing I was going to show as well, and one thing is also like what's going on Sunday social stuff is it's kind of like using your page to undermine black relationships or make jokes on it. It's something we want to stump down. It doesn't work in our favor. I came across this German guy and his European wife or girlfriend, and he was making this kind of stuff. Once again, I'll try to narrate if you guys are listening, not watching. Rewind. So what we have a situation where there's a black gentleman, and once again, this concept where you have the top left corner, white girls or black girls. So once again, if we're ever this shouldn't be done anyway. I don't think this helps black people in any kind of way. And then and I think he actually removed this video as well. To be I think people complaining on the site. And then what happens is he's up there, and he's picking. Does he prefer white girls or black girls? This doesn't help black people to this behavior visually or just as a concept. And obviously he's picking the black girls, which you would give him right makes sense. Right?
Run.
And then obviously his European white lady girlfriend is pushing him away from that. and then they've overdone with some kind of audio with
Turn
swearing.
your big ass around and get the fuck back to your fucking seat.
So, yeah, excuse the language. We tried to show that kind of language here, but it is what it's playing. And then the European wife, they're German, I think, and she's swearing at him, saying, "Don't pick black girls, pick white girls." This kind of stuff.
The fuck is wrong with your ashy ass?
And yeah, not cool. Not cool at all. That was circulating as well. And, and I'm saying that on the social stuff, we kind of want to more than that, really. And black men and black women, that kind of behavioral pattern doesn't help black people. It is embarrassing, but it's more than that. It's you're training a generation to be anti-black, and that doesn't really help anyone. That's the thing. This miscegenation overload concept, where you can't just pick your wife and do what you're doing. You have to really throw it in the face of the community and really undermine black progress. Doesn't really work. Did she just? I think she did call him actually. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, this is not good behavior. So yeah. Are you pausing the video? Yeah, I am pausing the video. Because I'm talking. Oh, hopefully you can hear me talking. I'll play it one more. Well, I don't want to play it again, but let me play it full through one more. But forgive the swearing, everyone. This is for those who have a very slow internet. So if I stop it, it makes a problem. Oh, there we go.
Run.
Turn your big ass around and get the fuck back to your fucking seat. The fuck is wrong with your ashy ass?
Right. So very problematic. Very problematic. Yeah, okay, cool. Now they're German, maybe they don't understand certain things, but I don't know. Who knows? Maybe they do, maybe. Well, German, technically, they should know everything, to be honest. Yeah. But okay, well, there you go. So that then segues to the should black. Okay, now we've done that. I will send the link out because normally we have been going for we try to set the show to anywhere from 1 hour to 2 hours, and we have been going for 3 to 4 hours. So I want to give you guys time to give your opinions about me really well. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to throw. Where is it? And don't forget, guys, if you come in, please like the show. Not sure what that does, but I'm sure there's something. So if you can like the show, at least we know someone does. And yeah, I'm going to put the link. That's the link. So feel free to jump in when you want your opinion. We're now going to segue to the second question, which is a good question. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I might have to use the thing to help this one on this one. Yeah. Yeah, it worked. Excellent. And this is down in the second section. It's should Black Betterment live shows only let those who support the concept of Black Betterment speak? And what I'm saying about this is for the last few weeks, we've had people jump on to give their opinions about, black women and stuff. And their opinions isn't really synchronized with Black Betterment. And we usually use them as a live case study. But, they could cause offense. And we tried to have, a constructive conversation that doesn't, we try to be solution-based. But one thing we ask in the community is should we just not let people like that speak at all? And one thing that we are thinking of doing, and I think if I can lower it here, obviously we've sent the link out, people can jump in. But when a person might not be Black Betterment led or high principled in how they're speaking, I think we might want to ask this question. I think I brought it last week, but we've had it for quite some time. But here's what maybe a question we should ask. And this is the question we ask people who might be speaking a certain way. What are your views on black love? And we break it down into 3 sections. Constructive black men with constructive black women raised in constructive black families. That's 1. Black people improving the realities of black people. That's 2. And black people being respectful and honorable to black people. So ask them what are their views on this kind of stuff. Like, is this something they agree with? Not really. Wishy-washy. Wishy-wishy. You know what I mean? And also we can have follow-up questions. What's your views on black economics? With black people networking with businesses, black people patronizing other businesses, and black people teach each other business skills, right? So this is something that we could probably use when people jump in and just come fresh from the internet and they don't necessarily know what the show is about. And one thing we have to be very careful, or well, not careful, but we have to be very aware that this show is about Black Betterment. It really is about black people progressing, helping each other do good. And sometimes we're going to tackle people with different views, and we're going to try to also be aware of trends that's coming in that doesn't work in black people's best interest, like some of the videos we just showed. But yeah, so let me know what you think. Is that what is your views on that? Should we allow unsynchronized black people to really speak, or should it be also more so they can speak, but there is a certain kind of way we expect people to deliver information? And I guess we have that with the discernment and respectability stuff that we push at the beginning, but. Let me know. That's good. Now, I have a lot of talking going on, so you probably won't see the link. There you go. Yeah, I'll push the link in. So family, jump in. Now, what funny enough, because the few weeks ago, maybe 3 weeks ago, one pattern that we've noticed as well, and it's something that we have to actually tackle, because one of the things is when things keep coming up, you kind of have to tackle it because they just keep coming up, and that is awareness. And I guess it's awareness of miscegenation and how, more particularly black men, I would say, right, of how no matter what you're doing, access to non-black women or white women is a very, very important thing to many black men, and they will like kind of derail whatever you're saying to talk about that, whatever, or maybe not being most respectful to black women. And this is something that we have to definitely fix, and something that we can't necessarily tolerate a certain way of delivering that stuff on this show. But there is a history of it, and there is a history of obsessions and this kind of stuff. So I did download some videos. I found a really cool page ago, a very good page for the TV's obsession with black men and white women and that kind of stuff. Yeah, speaking of time, but I've downloaded something from the UK and something from the US. So maybe let me just play some stuff. Now, as you know, the topic of this show is what are the benefits of only having black content in black uplifting social spaces, and we showed the two videos of the couples and the gentleman with the European couple, the European wife, that seemed to be much more respectful, which doesn't really help black people when it comes to marketing and that kind of stuff. We need to work on that. But yeah, let us go once again, because obviously as the weeks go by, people keep bringing up this whole mixed relationship stuff. So let's look at videos on that, if you've got some old stuff. And if you feel free to jump in and all that good stuff. Where is this thing? Hold on. Share. I was going to say stop screen, that would be met. Video file. All right. I think it's this one. Is it this one?
No.
All right. So this, I forgot the name of this. Is it Kilroy? I think it's Kilroy. I think he got told a few times, this guy. But I think this is a show. Let's listen to a bit of this. This was a show that came out in I want to say either late 90s or 2000s. It's hard to tell sometimes the quality of the camera, but so it is. And yeah, this concept is about black men with non-black women, I guess. Let's say that.
Well, this is Winston. He's black and beautiful.
Interesting.
And most of the white women here think that Winston is sexier. And even worse news for white men, they say that he's better in bed.
So this was played on TV in the late 90s, early 2000s. This was a normal thing. The I can't say that word anymore. The objectification of black people is right. It was a thing back then. It's a thing now, man. And that's where a lot of this is going. But we'll keep listening.
Is that why white women prefer black men? Have a go at your seats, fellas. We'll talk to you in a minute. Nicola, is that the reason why white women do white women prefer black men?
Oh, some white women do, I do.
Why?
They're a lot more, what's the skin?
What's the what?
The skin.
The skin?
Oh, it's so lovely. Black skin against white skin.
Oh, you mean skin? I've got lovely skin.
Is that true, white people? Is that what you feel? Is it some juxtaposition in art project?
No, not like black man's skin.
Well, what's the difference with black men's skin, then?
Well, if they look after it, it's all soft. It's like chocolate.
Like chocolate?
Okay, very interesting.
Do you eat it, do they, black skin? Well, is that just it, the skin?
No, it's a whole attitude, I think.
What's the attitude?
I don't know, the way a black man...
So maybe it was a history of this is why so many black men have been fighting so hard to be with black women. Even when we'll be talking about stuff like business and stuff, you'll find black men just crowbarring, wanting to be with white women. Very interesting pathology, very interesting mindset. Maybe we can unpack it. So what's going on there?
Man makes you feel.
How does he make you feel?
Oh, lovely.
In what way?
I always feel safe, and I always feel special.
So does the black man make the white woman feel special?
And
Should the black man make the white woman feel special or the black woman feel special? Let us know.
Is it right?
Like Karen, I think they are gorgeous. I think they are so physically gorgeous. I think they're so physically gorgeous. But like Karen, I also think...
It's a physical thing. So what, skin as well?
Well, it's not just physical, but I also think it's the way they treat you. They really, really know how to treat you.
Hey.
In what way?
taking you out, paying for you, just everything. They just really, really look after you.
Are these complaints that some black women have that black men don't do these things? Let us know.
Hang on, all I've heard so far could apply to white men. Nice skin, take you out, treat you well, make you feel safe. How's that different?
No. Black men are just different. They're just, I don't know what it is that particularly makes them different. You know, I just think they're just...
What would you sum it up then? What is it that makes them different?
I think also it's the confidence that they have that white men don't have. I just think they have just that confidence.
Confidence with women?
Yeah, and in themselves as well.
Kirsty?
I really sort of disagree. I think it comes down, or it boils down to the personality, where someone is coming from, not purely for the colour of their skin.
But well, you like black men.
This is the first
Seems like everyone likes black men on this show.
relationship I've been in where the partner has been black.
And what is it? Is there anything?
So hold on, Jay. I'm finding it difficult to track with the pausing. I don't. Well, I'm pressing stop. Let me know if anyone else has an issue. I usually stop to have something. That usually also blocks in the algorithms as well. But I don't know if you've got a very, very slow internet with tracky. But let me know because I'm pressing play.
Special about him
There
being
isn't.
black?
It's his spirituality, his personality. It's everything.
But initially, you don't actually see. You know, you don't actually see the personality. So I mean, I just think black men are just gorgeous.
You're looking at him there. Is this your partner?
Yeah.
And you think black men are better than white men? They're more attractive than white men. What do white men feel about this, Gary?
Well, I'm sure the couple over there have a loving relationship, and they treat each other very, very, very well. I've never had a problem with black guys, white girls, black guys, whatever. I've actually had a relationship with a black girl.
Really?
A few years back, and
But they're saying white men. We're talking about white men. These white women prefer black men to white women. To white men. And white women, both!
Well, I think I'm reasonably...
And they're saying they've got better skin than you.
Physically,
They're more confident than you.
Well, I think I have confidence.
They make them feel safe?
Well, I make my girlfriend feel safe right now. She's quite happy with me. We've been together 2 years. I've had no complaints with any girlfriend I've had in the past, black and white.
Zoe?
No, I think that's wrong. Black men are definitely better in bed. They treat you right, they take their time over you, where a white man won't. They're too quick to get there and get it over with.
Maybe that's due to your experiences in the past.
It is. I've been married to a white man as well. I have been married to a white man for 9 years.
Go on, Zoe.
And then I went back and I went out with a black man, and I still say to this day a black man is a better lover.
Why?
My husband was too quick to get the business over and done with, and he didn't treat me right. He used to go out on the piss and do things he shouldn't be doing, where a black man doesn't.
But we're all very different. I mean, we're all different personalities. I mean, okay, there are some... I've read stories in newspapers where, you know, people have complained that their lovers... The sex is very, very short. It's 5 minutes. I'd like to think personally I please the lovers I'm with, you know, if it's half an hour or 2 hours or whatever I'm doing.
Okay.
Whether it's having a bath together, playing backgammon together, making love together, as long as your partner's happy, then it...
So yeah, you realise that there's nothing really of substance there. What people are saying, it's all physical. It's all you know that kind of stuff. Whatever.
Then the time is irrelevant. But the idea of a white man being a bad lover, I think is.
I think
is
it's
a myth.
because you're too quick. You're too quick to get it over with.
Yeah, but I don't think it's just that. I think it's the whole thing about how the love making is made. You know, a black man, I think, has got far more rhythm than a white man has. Rhythm? Rhythm. They just, in bed, it's just...
What's the rhythm?
Oh, they can move, it's not in a...
I thought the rhythm...
Black men looking really weak in this video, to be honest. But, yeah, anyway, it goes on like this. Now, I'm going to... Hold on. Let me... I'm going to throw it one more time, family. Let me throw the link out there. This is from the UK. This probably got... do you want to listen more? Or should I jump to the other video? I've got one more. I've got an American one. I think Ricky Lake or something like this. But there we go. Oh, brother IC3. Welcome, IC3. How's it going?
1 second. I think my mic. 1 second.
Oh, fixing it. Well, while you're fixing your mic, let me know. Let me just. I think I've got a quick thing to sort on. Let me put that out. Welcome, brother Issa, as well.
So, can you hear me?
I can hear you, and I can also hear brother. Brother,
Yeah, greetings.
Oh yeah, greetings.
On this most serious topic.
Salam, family. Peace and love. Peace and love. What's happening?
Peace.
All right.
So, sorry, the question you asked, you said you're throwing out the link again. What was? I know there's so many seconds delay. What was there? Was there something specific that you asked just before the link? Yeah, go on.
Well, I can't remember now, but basically, here's the two questions we've got. It's probably 2 to 3 things. So it's, and then I'll screen at the moment. What are the benefits of only having black content in black upliftment social spaces? And we gave examples of like I'll show you now. I'll show you one now if you just jumped in. Where is that one? I want to say.
I saw somebody that show, whatever it's called, that guy, and the women's for about 5 minutes I've been watching.
Oh no. So here's what you haven't seen. This one. So this is from a Instagram. It's only 2 seconds. It's called Adult Black Dads. So this internet is only about black dads who are doing really good. And this is what one of the latest posts was.
Yo, get up, man. Look at you.
I look to you. After all my strength is gone.
All right. So what that was is I'll just break down for those who can't see. It was just a black sister who's feeding a child, but she fell asleep. That's the child and the sister, and then the husband, I assume was black, isn't best pleased and is shouting at her, whatever it might be. The next scene is of a European white lady falling asleep, and the same thing, but this time the black husband, a different husband, whatever, kissed her on the head, supported, took the child up, that kind of stuff, and also a Celine Dion-esque music playing in the background, that kind of stuff. So yeah, and the question is, that is obviously a black dad show that allows to have non-black people in there. But do you reckon there is a value in limiting all content to just black people on black-centered stuff? That's the question there.
In general, unless you're trying to make a point. So if you're trying to teach something with an example of the interaction, if this is what your question means, basically. So in other words, I wouldn't limit everything, meaning all characters, everything being black. All positive things I would say being black. But obviously, if you do need to show an example of how racist certain white people are, or quote, like you're doing now, you're playing what white women are saying about black men. So in other words, if you have to show, look, from the horse's mouth, they say this, then yeah, if that's what you meant. I don't know if that's exactly what you meant.
I'd say,
go ahead, but ISIS free. What's your opinion? Go ahead.
I'd say it's I'm going to come across as insane here, but I see everything is double. Yes and no. Yes, if you think of a prison scenario. So yes, if your intention is to try and improve life in the current situation, so basically improve and you see feelings, improving the feelings, improving or amplifying the feel-good factor in the situation you're in. Well, obviously, yes, if it makes you feel better. But no, it doesn't. If you're planning to escape the prison of white supremacy, then it's no, it's a completely different mindset altogether. Okay. Does that make sense? What I'm saying there? So it kind of amplifies what the guy was saying before. What is the intention? What is the purpose of the actions that you're taking? Is it really just to improve life in the present situation, or to totally change the situation?
Well, before I add my 10 pence piece on that, Brother Stanley, do you have your opinions on what are the benefits of only having black content?
I'm gonna echo IC3's questions. I think he asked the right questions.
Right. So the thing I would add to that is sometimes from my observation, we could do things that with the best intent, but when you start adding non-black people to the equation, you could heavily subvert the outcome, right? So in that video, I've probably demonstrate that. So the idea of that last video was that there's one parent who's fallen asleep, and the husband isn't supportive, and there's another parent who's fallen asleep, and the husband more supportive. But the only issue is when you put the black and white dynamic, then you could be painting a picture that the black woman is very forgetful and falls asleep, and the black man isn't supported to the black woman. And then when you go to the next image, it could be that maybe the black man will only support the white woman, and that's the dynamic that he needs to be constructive. And obviously the white woman could do no wrong. I mean, there's so much that people can unpack on that. And if you have any opinions in the comments, feel free to let us know anything we might have missed. But that kind of dynamic doesn't tend to happen if you just have black content.
What doesn't happen?
Subversion, as in, like, for example, there was another video I saw somewhere, I can't remember, where there's a black woman who's some kind of job, and all her white bosses came together because she was retiring to give her money, and they just giving her money in her hands, and it didn't really look that dignified, to be honest. And it kind of looked like some of that clout chasing stuff people do, where white people walk on the street and give homeless black people money and that kind of stuff, all this kind of stuff, right? What I'm saying is, unfortunately, in the dynamic we are today, things can easily be subverted to what the intention might not be. So sometimes you might need a protocol to make sure you minimize that from ever happening.
Oh, interesting point. You mentioned that word subvert. So you're saying that whatever material or propaganda is put out there with the person who produced it had an intent, but you're saying it's possible that it could be subverted. So whatever the intent was of the person who produced the material, it can be subverted, correct?
That's right.
Okay, so would you say the opposite could take place, in that material can be put out there, used with an intent to damage or harm black people, but you could actually turn it round to help black people?
Well, I'm going to say this just for entertainment value. I'm going to say that doesn't happen, and I would like someone to give me an example of that. That'll be very
okay. So right. So if it doesn't happen, do you think it could happen, and somebody should be doing it?
Well,
because you believe the subversion is going on, or the destruction, the bad intent. So do you think reversal can happen? Reverse racism?
No,
Interesting.
I haven't really thought of any kind of content that a anti-black person has posted in order to harm black people, but once the visuals is seen, it actually helps black people. Usually, if non-black people want to harm black people, they're usually very successful. Many reasons: black people are collectively inadequate. We don't have any media defense. We're not really unified. We can't really get a basic premises of what is good for us. We don't know how to produce black people. So it's like all these things mean that we're an easy target. So there's strength in individuals, but there isn't any strength in numbers. So I would say that if any non-black person wants to harm black people, they're usually successful.
Yeah, but you're just repeating what you said before. What we're saying, content can be produced. Sometimes you can be aware of the content producer and what their intent was. Sometimes the person who produces the content may lie about what their intention is, or sometimes the content can just be out there and you can make your own decision. So what you're saying about content that's been put out there, it's being used to damage black people. It's not for black betterment. It is being subverted or used, regardless of the intent of the person who produced it. It's being used to, even if it's been produced to be for black betterment, it can be subverted. So whatever the force is, or whatever the skill is, or whatever the entity is that allows, or force that allows it to be subverted or turned into something bad, would you agree that it can be turned it into something good by somebody who's smart enough, intelligent enough, and strong enough. Would you agree that that is possible?
No.
Ah, interesting.
I would agree.
Interesting. And why is that?
Because
I see three example though.
Pardon?
Can you give an example, please, of what you're talking about?
Yeah, good. What we're talking about is the principle, yes, and then
I understand the principle.
If hold it, listen, and then if we agree that it's possible, then we can possibly look for examples of where it is, or because one person can look at a piece of material and say, you know what, that's subverting, that is trying to damage black people, and then somebody else will say, look at the same piece of material and say, oh no, it's not. That
I
is
agree,
helping
brother.
black people.
I'm saying I agree with you 100%. I think once you're skilled enough, intelligent enough, and you can rearrange context surrounding that material, you can definitely turn it to your favor. That's just, that's what's been done since the media has been about. Do you know what I mean? You can have the same piece, you can exactly the same image on the screen. You know, when people do word overs, for instance, that's a perfect example. And you can just add stuff to it, edit it. Do you know what I mean? So
right.
Yeah, what you're saying is it's pretty simple today, to be honest, to do. Yeah.
Okay.
You can.
Right.
Yeah, because you think of editing, right? And when, for instance, I can't remember his name. There's a guy, and he puts word overs on animals. That's how I came to know about him, right?
Okay.
And he does he puts the speech to the behavior of animals.
I know him. Yeah, what's his name? Okay. Yeah, he's good. He's good. He's very good.
There's guys. So what I'm saying is, not just with that, we've done that with news reporters, thought bubbles, whatever it is that's out there. We have to be, we have to look at all the means available to us.
Yes.
Not just sit there and just take all the attacks that come along and follow the methodologies we've been using all the time. We have to adapt as much as possible and as quick as possible.
I agree with you.
Right.
Good.
So all of these things.
Let me place
but Raven disagrees with that, so I'm asking Raven to explain his position.
I'll explain.
For entertainment value. He agrees. Don't worry.
No. I want to hear it from his mouth. He didn't. He just said no. He said no.
No. I see free. He said for entertainment value. That's what he said first. That's what he said before he disagreed. But anyway, go on.
So let me give you a historical context, right? So back in the 50s, 40s, 30s, you would get minstrel shows, right? And that was European establishment. They owned the establishment, and with their free time, they wanted to dress up like black people and mock black people for entertainment. And it was the most popular form of music. Now, across the road, there's going to be black establishments. Should the black establishment also be doing minstrel shows? As in black people putting blackface on their face and doing the exact same number because it is the most popular form of entertainment. Would you say in the context there that you could subvert it? Like, is there a subversion that could go from that context? Anyone on the panel?
Well, hold it. You're dealing with. You haven't dealt with the core question. Do you believe it is possible or not? And you said no.
I don't.
Right. Right. So there's no way. Okay.
But,
I understand your position.
For entertainment value, I want a person to give the historical context I've put there about the minstrel shows that we know went on, and we also know that black people also did the minstrel shows, and more so inside the European clubs because that's how they got paid. What I'm saying is now, when the black people break free and have their own shows and their own building, and they're putting on their own entertainment, would you say that at that time the minstrel show was a very popular form of pop music? Should the black people do the exactly same thing to the black crowd? So the white people are showing that their white crowd, minstrel black people dancing like buffoons and this kind of stuff. Should black people do the exact same thing when they get their building and their dedicated space where they have free range to play stuff what they want?
Are you suggesting? Okay, so are you saying when you say exact same thing, in the sense of the same kind of goal but not the same content? So should we consistently play white people acting the fool all the time? Is that what you mean? So for instance, all the negative stuff that we find on social media of white people and continuously play that and commentary on it, is that what you mean?
No. So what I mean by is, for example, we have a Instagram channel called Black Love and called Black Dads. I'm saying that is there a value in only showing black content in those contexts, meaning not showing a black man married to a European woman, and not a white woman, not showing not showing a black man who's adopted white children and looks after a white woman in a wheelchair. I think, does that help black people at all in the condition we are, or is there more of a consistent showing strong black man, strong black woman raising a strong black family?
I would suggest because at the moment we're in the situation we're in where you could say it's whatever we do more or less seems to feed back into anti-blackness. As a transition, I would say we do it by percentages. So we might have 5%, showing of the interaction with blacks and others, and then the 95% with blacks in a positive manner. So I wouldn't say just cut it out totally, because then what happens, especially in this context, it just becomes marginalized as being black. And being black in a way where even black people see it as something different. It's like another channel with, you've got History Channel, you got this, you got that. So we don't want it to be that. We want it to be more normalized, and that to become the normal, what you're talking about, to become the norm. Do you know what I mean? Rather than it being in the minds as, oh, that's the black thing. This should be the thing for us. Do you see what I mean?
Right. So so the context where this comes from is literally going onto a page called Black Love, and the page is called Black Love. And when we go on this page, this content here can exist. Rewind.
Add 27 photos to this sound and let it sync.
Right. And there's all
that channel should be shut down.
What?
It shouldn't be allowed to be to call itself Black Love.
Right. And that's my point. My point is words matter. So if you had a thing called marriages, people who love each other, you can play everything, right? But if you have something that's called Black Love, and you allow every kind of love going on there, then once again this is like kind of watering down the minimal content that we have dedicated to anything that's black. And this is a historical issue of trying to start something that's dedicated to black people for Betterment, and then it's slowly becoming for everyone. You see, but black people's condition hasn't changed, so there was a need for the dedication for that singular kind of concept. And what I'm saying is, this is something that black people seem to always fall for. That's because we don't have people speak up and say, no, these are the rule sets to begin with. And I think we can draw, like, for example, back in when Huddle was getting started, there was laws and rules about showing black men kissing white women, and also showing any black man striking a white man. And that's why when the blaxploitation films came in and laws got changed, whatever, the first thing black men were doing was kissing white women and beating up white men, right? So, because the people who ran the industry, they understand about psychology, group psychology, understand that if you start showing black men with white women and black men beating up white men, you're going to give ideas, you're going to undermine the status quo, and you're going to break how things work. They knew this. That's why it was law, and you couldn't do it. You couldn't do it. So I'm saying that if they understand that this deep psychology of how things are visualized, just like when the Europeans adapted Christianity, they made sure that all the angels and all the the priests and the gods and this kind of stuff was all of European descent, right? Or at least looking. You see, so they understand how visuals work, that visual dynamic. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And what I'm trying to understand is, if this is something that they know really well, but when it comes to black people, and once again, I've started the show by saying black people are collectively inadequate, but it's like we don't know this, and even our most pro-black black people, won't know this, so won't care to even uphold this. So this could be a contributing factor of why we are collectively inferior to other groups when it comes to the position we find ourselves in, because our mindset is still in that kind of kumbaya, state.
And so what would you say the solution is then? Is to
hold on?
Go on.
One sec. Before you go there, Rat Rave, would you say that channel or that whatever you call it is American? Black Love.
That particular one is, yeah. That particular one is.
Based because what
I say based in America. The content goes all around the kind of like, you know, they might show people from different countries and stuff, but generally the organization is based in America. Yeah. Is the content predominantly Black American, right? I would say so. Yeah, I would say so. Because I would suggest that there seems to be a difference in where they're coming from and where we're coming from in relation to these things. There seems to be a need for them, like the way of solving a lot of their collective problems seems to be different than us solving ours over here. We've been, you know, we didn't have as many or any really, you know, black neighborhood, white neighborhood type situations. We had racism, you know, even from neighbors and whatever else it is. And you say we've been mixing and doing all kind of thing differently than them. They have the police force that kills them, all that kind of stuff. So I think the way that they should do things might be different. And especially when you're talking about it, I think you should take that into account, that depending on where they are and where they're seeking to go, because it does seem that a lot of Black Americans are way far behind us in relation to progress of pro-Black. I mean, Stanley is probably the perfect example of that. But, you know, in relation to pro-Blackness, I would say, because you have to remember, they're living in fear, right? If you're thinking, you know, with a lot of us, if you're driving your vehicle, you might get pulled over by the police, waste your time. They might beat you up and put you in cuffs and then in a cell for a night or two. But it hasn't been a thing where you're going to be pulled over and be killed as a regular thing. So I'm saying that being part of their cultural psychology, the way in which they want to get the favor of the common white people on their side to show we're not a threat, that might be their methodology. And if it is it right or wrong? Do you see what I'm saying? So I'm, you know, definitely the American culture and the solutions to their problems might be very different. For sure, where we're at.
Yeah.
We in English blacks, so to speak, or British blacks, we've reached, let's say, the pinnacle probably a while back where we should have changed. What you're talking about should have happened years ago. Yeah. Where we've reached. Do you see what I mean? It's kind of on the bloody way down now, especially since Black Lives Matter, where it's coming full circle, where they're going right back to uniting on their racism they probably had in the 1800s, by the looks of things. But it's very secretive. Right. So okay. So what you're
culture. Yeah. Good point. Culture plays a factor. Yes.
Big up WIM. So are we on the same page here that there is a value in Black content providers that declare this to only post? I'm talking more so in the upliftment area. Only posting Black content. I'm not really muddying the waters.
It depends, but even still,
give me an example. So here's goes, right? I've got a page. It's a UK page, and it's called UK Black Dads. Yeah. Describe a constructive image that works in Black people's collective best interests that doesn't include at the heart of it non-Black people. So paint that picture for me.
To be honest, you see, because especially where we're at now, let me give an example before I properly answer that.
All right.
One of my methodologies has been, right, you know, my thing is about Islam and true Islam versus, you know, Sunni, whatever, right? So one of the methodologies that I use is not to debate more the Black convert. It's to debate their master. It's to show their slave masters what it's really about. So that would be the Pakistanis, the Mulatto Arabs, and so on. Because whatever they say, that changes them. Do you see what I'm saying? And that's where I feel that some of them go to the master, change them, and then you'll find Blacks will change because they're still stuck to their head. They're still stuck to their tails.
Very, very good point.
Let me make it clear. What you're saying is, and this we can.
Very good point.
Hold on. We can spread this across, because obviously, if we're going to use the Arab slave master and the European slave master as a concept, right? We know that black people follow the Europeans and black people follow the Arabs, right? Now, what you're saying is, if you go and change them,
hold on. I said Pakistan and the latter Arabs, because over here it's more Pakistani. But go on. Sorry.
Okay, but I'm using a broad term. But let's say that the non-black,
right,
the non-black Muslim community and the non-black Christian community, right? Where what we're pertaining to is black people who go to them for guidance and ignore everything black. You're saying that you then want to talk directly to those people to issue orders to black people.
Not as in around, not even issue orders, but I'm saying when it's almost like anything that you say direct to them has no value unless Massa confirms it, right? And this is why, if you look at a lot of brilliant writers, Dr. Yosef Ben, John Henrik Clarke, all of these great writers we've had in the past, they always reference majorly Gerald Massey, Godfrey Higgins, and several other white writers, because when pro-blacks used to speak, they were mocked as hell. Look how Afro-Caribbeans mocked the Rastas, right? Who were talking about Marcus Garvey and so on. And black people majorly mocked Marcus Garvey on his features, right? And stuff like this. So what I'm saying to you is we're still in that situation where we have to, like, even when you bring statistics, for instance, Rap, the study that you might bring, the research you might bring, might have been done by a European or by Europeans, and in the, let's say, the European way, even though it might not be as good as it can be, right?
That's
because majorly, no, it's the same. This is what I'm saying.
There is difference because hold on, we have to get something, because we have to understand that when it comes to history, So first things first, a lot of the Pan-African scholars, a lot of their work will come from Europeans, because they were the ones who reconnected that information that was lost in wherever it was back to the world, and then it had to be spread through different nations, right? So
may I ask a question?
Okay. Let me finish that, and then you can ask your question, right? So in that context, but I'm talking about now black people actually creating content to which there is much things to draw from. History, it becomes limited what you can show, because it's the retelling of an old tale, right? That someone has to discover. But when it comes to us creating content today, we could take a camera and shoot a black man smiling or shoot an Asian man smiling. Isn't it? Very different.
No, bro. You're missing the point. I'm saying to you, you have a purpose for what you're talking about, and you're saying betterment. And I'm saying all the way through, it's been betterment. Yeah. So in the history, when they wrote those books and quoted white people all the time and referenced, white scholars and whatever else, that was to make the betterment of black people, because they wouldn't listen to them if they said, I've done the research. They would be clowned. Similarly to how Darwin, say, Einstein were clowned by their own people. So what I'm saying to you is that in a similar way today, because there's so many of us that are still stuck in that mindset, it may be, for instance, on the thing, what was it? I think you said black dads, or what did you say? Something dads?
UK black dads.
UK black dads, for instance. There are a lot of black dads who have mixed race children, right? So for me, I would show the variation of what we have. I do have a personal issue with black women having non-black partners as the fathers of their children, but I'm saying, because the male is supposed to be the dominant one, the protector, provider, etc., I would make sure I did show them as well. I keep saying as a transition period to where we're going, because it's better meant from where we are. And just showing everything that I think is fully black, it becomes marginalized by black people.
Right. So two things. One, if you have a thing called UK Black Dads, and you show a black dad with his biracial children, and then they're making a cake or whatever it is, so be it, right? But if you show the black dad with his European wife, how does that benefit the black community?
Okay, so here's the thing. Hold on. One of the ways. Hold on, I hear you.
Yeah.
This is the thing. You see, even as a visual,
A better question is, how does it hurt the black community?
Okay, well, that's the easy part, which is that one of the ways, for instance, in which it's been used a lot, is that the black man appears to be more successful and more happy if he has a white woman, and also the more successful he gets.
Well, no, it's the other way around. Black men, once they become successful, marry white women. That's the story I've heard.
But no, you're talking about America. I'm trying to talk about both at the moment, but not just that. What I'm saying, it's kind of like saying, in the context of what they call successful in the, let's say, the Western dynamic, when you become more rich and wealthy, more successful, it's almost like you've stepped up above your people. You've come out from where they are, and now you're getting one of the superior people. That's the kind of subplot, the sub message within, in the way that the media portrays that. And they continuously portray our black sisters as being argumentative, aggressive, masculine, the whole blooming whatever it is. So in regards to that, 100% Rap Raven is 100% correct. What I'm saying is, if you just show, like they do have TV, I can't remember what they call that, Wives of Atlanta or whatever it is. If you just show black men with black women, it becomes a black show. And I'm saying you have to be using strategy in this. You have to be using your brains in this, where you consistently show all of them, but you make sure, for instance, you have a percentage quota. So let's say you have 5 or 10% with black fathers and non-black women and mixed race children. Then you have loads of others, but you make it look like the norm. Do you get what I'm saying? You don't make it the way that you kind of like have the
very
use
good.
that.
The norm. Taking control of the norm, taking control of the narrative. Changing
Exactly.
the norm. Very good. Very good.
Every time it's fully black, it already has a label and context, and it goes over there with the Nation of Islam. Do you get what I'm saying? So you have to remember, there's already these categories in most of our minds of the Western world who are not, awakened.
Listen, one of the things is, what is the issue with something being black? Just like, what is the issue with something being Asian? What is the issue? Why is that something that needs to be discussed? If it is, it is.
I'll tell you, easy. The reason is because Asian people, again, and this is, I've told you this many times as to why. And if you're going to say white supremacy, you say anti-blackness, white supremacy, because there is a range that white supremacists have used in between us as buffers and proxies. They've made sure, where it used to be just white versus black, now they've made sure they use Asians, they use mulatto Arabs, they use all the in-betweeners, and they give them better ways of success, so the Chinese and so on, more than us, so that we don't have them to be in competition with.
Right.
Do you understand, Rap Raven?
Yeah.
Okay. So what? So are you saying that? Are you saying? So let's bring it down to the actual content, right? There's a person who's making a page, and they decide to call their page Black Families or Black Dads or Black Men. Yeah. If this person makes a page called Black Men, is it necessary for her to, or them or him, to show a white man on that page?
Say that again. Sorry, what?
So,
if what?
I'll make it more plain. There's a person who's making an Instagram page, and it's called Happy Black Men. Now, as I'm scrolling down, sometimes they show happy Asian men, sometimes they show happy white men, sometimes they show... No, that's not good, no?
No, because the main thing was black men. And I'm saying, unless you're literally just having one black man everything or a bunch of black men, as long as you include families and children or women and children, wives and children, etc., then I'm saying that's where the variation occurs. The central thing is about black men, so they should all be black men.
I'm going to ask the men on this panel, guys, because sometimes I have to draw a line in the sand. Are you saying that when it comes to black content and Black Betterment, there is a value in showing black men who don't have black wives? You're saying there's a value in that? Let me just draw.
It goes back to your intent. It goes back to the intent of the product, of the material that you're producing.
Okay, so hold on, family. Tell me the intent of where that concept is beneficial to black people collectively, as a practice, as a visual representation, as a motivational theme. Tell me how that is powerful. a black man with a powerful white wife. Tell me how that. Describe it so we can understand. Let me know.
Easy. Right. So I'll do this in response to our sister Kushti Cosmetics, and says actually Atlanta was the highest viewed from all the franchise. Same with Black Panther, smashed the box office. Regardless, all black cast is beneficial. Now again, you're looking at the box office and the monetary side of it, but how beneficial was it towards Black Betterment? And that's my point. As in the one with the black women Atlanta or whatever it was, they were cussing each other and acting in, fighting each other rather than just mainly building and, with each other and bringing about Black Betterment. So if we're looking at it monetary, yes, maybe. But when it comes to Black Betterment,
let's make it easier, bro. Let's make it easier, right? Because the thing is, I know that there's a different dynamic between a movie channel and a movie production to say a social media page that is dedicated to a certain content. Yeah, one is easier to produce. I can assure you. I've done both. Yeah, so I'm saying, which in the context of the social media, right? What is the value of having a page called Black Love or Black Men and showing non-black content? What's the value?
Because it relates to, for instance, the reality. So, for instance, those, let's say, black men that weren't pro-black, that weren't educated in their blackness, married a white woman. Another one married an Asian woman. Another married all Chinese, right? And they've had children with each of them.
Right.
They're kind of thinking after they've got married, let's say they've got 3 kids each, and they're kind of like something's wrong. And they're becoming a bit more knowledgeable in their blackness. If you only have black men with black kids on these types of shows and so on, they can't relate. But when you show other black men coming into a black awareness of how they can deal with the problems that they're now going to go through. They're not going to say, well, I'm just going to disown my kids or even maybe divorce my wife. But what you can do is show how you can be pro-black and deal with your, what I would say is still your genetically mixed kids, but politically pro-black or politically black kids, is how you can deal with that situation and that issue, because of that situation that you're seeing with those people. So if you represent them within your media, you're giving like stars for them to follow. If you just have black, as you're saying, towards betterment, then how's that going to work for those people?
Okay, good. Let me jump in. It wouldn't matter. And the reason I say it is because this is the collective axis that I'm talking about with black people. And I prefer to use inferiority, to be honest, because it's more stronger. And what it is, it's like non-black people don't think about this kind of stuff, really. Like with non-black people, they have an agenda, they have a purpose, and they promote it, right? And they make sure that what they want to promote stays front and center, and they don't sway from it.
Give an example.
Example of
what you just said for Pakistani, for Chinese, for Arab.
Okay, so you see Bollywood. Yeah. Is there any Bollywood films where it's about black people and the black man and woman is a star? Is there any promotion where they show the value of an Indian man marrying a black woman? Can you show me what? No. But you can hold on. But you can find black people who have their own media, their own kind of thing, promoting the concept of a non-black woman being the center of the show. Am I wrong?
Rap, you make my point for me, and this is why I asked you the question, not because I don't know the answer. What I'm saying to you is the difference is all of them that you're quoting are dedicated when it comes to us as being anti-black. We don't have anti-them as part of our culture. We've had our culture ripped to hell away from us. So if everything you mentioned is not within a context, it's like some isolated island you're talking about. I'm saying within the context in which all of them are anti-black, what are you doing then? And your own people are anti-black. That's the problem. So the people you're talking about, hold on, let me say this.
Say one point.
All the people you're mentioning, the Indians, specifically them, they've had a history of over 2,000-3,000 years of colorism being part of their religion, the caste system. So they already know exactly where you go within their framework. Okay, right. All of this is there. The same Chinese.
Why are we showing non-black people who have a history of doing that on our own freely run platforms then? If we have concept of uplifting black people and we have very limited resources, very little time and space, and the majority of people outside of black people despise black people, why are we dedicating any time to showing constructive relationships with other people when we're such a diabolical state at the moment?
Right, very easy, bruv, because we've had people like Marcus Garvey. Okay, we've had people like Peter Tosh. Now, in fact, Peter Tosh and Bob Marley are a good example here. Did more people find out and know about Peter Tosh or Bob Marley across the world? Which one?
Bob Marley.
Thank you. One of the reasons is because he's mixed race. First point. Second thing was he sang things like One Love and so on. Peter Tosh was right down straight pro-black all the time, and that's why a lot of the con artists in the music industry couldn't work with it. And I'm saying to you, our main problem is that our people are not supportive of pro-blackness, and that seems to be the thing you're not looking at when you're trying this thing. I'm saying
I really am looking at that, brother. Just so you know, I think someone honestly left. I pretty much am looking. I think Brother Stanley got disconnected. Sorry. I'll come back when you can, Stan. Yeah, and welcome, Brother Kel, by the way. Just to get that, Brother Kel. Let me get it on the page. Hold on. Give me 17 seconds to get it back up.
Then surely they would allow.
So the question is, what are the benefits of only having black content in black uplifting social spaces? And I don't know if you've seen this. I'm just going to play you a video, Brother Kel, just to keep you up to scratch. And we're going to go through the consensus of what black men feel about this topic. But where is it? Is it this one? I've got so many open. It's unbelievable. Let me say this one. So this is, look at this.
Yo. Get up, man. Look at you.
I look to you. After all my strength is gone.
So let me give you context. So the context is there's a Instagram page called Dope Black Dads, and the first image is a black woman who's sleeping with her child, and then the husband isn't best pleased, and he's shouting, "What's wrong with you? Look after the child." Then it segues to a European woman doing the same thing, but this time there's kind of like very romantically music in the background. The dad is very loving, picks up the kid, kisses the European lady on the forehead, this kind of stuff. I'm saying that is that kind of content necessary for a black upliftment kind of channel? This is the question, and some people say yes, some people say no. I say no, but some say yes. So that's what we're jumping to, Brother Kel, and what we're trying to talk to Brother IC3 and Brother Asa about, is should we try to promote the concept of keeping black social upliftment spaces just black in all areas of activity? Do you have an opinion on that, Brother Kel?
Most definitely, you have to do that, because one of the 11 laws of the white establishment is propaganda, to assassinate African people globally with the media. So if they are doing that, then in sense and an opposite to that, you have to have as I say, pro-black advertisement and everything. And if you don't do that, then you are definitely playing incoherent to what the non-Africans are promoting. I mean, it's really simple, Brother Raven. Do the opposite what they're doing, and be very strategic. It's not like rocket science, or you need to, know how to dance, or know simple mathematics. Just do the opposite. But I've said to you before, Brother Raven, is that why do we allow unqualified black people who are very unsynchronized, who are dabbling into helping non-African people to destroy us, and then they're going to want to speak on our issues and have says, and it's not good for our psyche at all, man. As what the brother says in regards to Bob Marley, even though Bob Marley was a Garveyite and a lot of his tunes had elements of Garvey's in there, but he's right, they use certain of us, okay, he's more lighter, so we can confuse things, if that makes any sense.
Brother, can I ask you a question, please? Is that Brother Kale?
That's right, yeah.
Because when you said do exactly the opposite, one of the things is I find that a lot of us make things very simplistic, and we forget about all the variables and the context within which the Europeans done what they did. So, for instance, prior to, let's say, Nation of Islam and Martin Luther King situation, right? Elijah Muhammad and Martin Luther King and Malcolm X, right? They were very firm on a lot of their separation and non-integration culture. But when they found the Nation of Islam speech and they had world wars going on and all kind of different things happening, right? And Muhammad Ali speaking on... There's some background noise. Please keep up, whoever it is.
So you're talking about the Nation of Islam, right?
So I'm saying the Europeans fuck, I'm saying it wasn't that they changed and all of a sudden liked black people, right? What they decided was because the Nation of Islam and Malcolm X are so influential, and it like black people would actually, and especially when Martin Luther King started to think similar to Elijah Muhammad, where he's talking about, I feel that I've integrated my people into, or sought to integrate my people into a burning house. Now they're thinking the cat's out the bag, the whole horse is bolted, can't change that. Now let's talk about integration, but we're going to govern how that integration looks. We're going to fool both sides. We're going to fool black people, giving them dangling these carrots and saying this is what the future is going to look like, and a small minority that they're going to integrate us with, right? So I'm saying not that integration is the thing. I'm saying look at the bigger picture for their agenda and how they've done it. So I'm saying with us now, as when we have, within the context of how we live now, right? They've already categorized anything that's only black to be pro-black and generally anti-white, not Black Betterment. And I'm saying because our people also see it that way, the way to get them to on this pro-black thing, as in a channel that's all black, to be a norm for them, would be at the moment to use, let's say, all black men, but black men that might have a Chinese wife, Asian wife, and so on. Do you get me? If the channel UK black men, all black men, but them with different families, so each one can relate. Do you see what I'm saying? Because we're reaching out to, because our people, the problem is our people and our mentality.
Sorry.
Let's thank Sister Sankofa, have a safe family. Go ahead, sister.
I want greetings, family. Sorry to interrupt. I want to say lots, but let me just ask you for this question. What message is that then for black women?
Is that for me, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So the message for black women, if you have what I've said, is to put a percentage there. So let's say 5% of those. And you can even say you're representing it for a reason. The message is for black women.
5% of black women with different partners.
No. 5%. So if it's UK black men, so you have 5% of the content showing black men with non-black women, but the rest with black women. And what
so
that shows is...
But I'm saying that's what helps the black men relate. So what does that do for black women?
Right. So what I'm saying is that the whole thing is betterment, meaning you're looking to the future. So I'm saying where we're at now for black women.
Go on.
Pardon? The betterment for black people. So what I'm saying is it's not a secret that black men, especially in the UK, have breeded up a whole heap of non-black women, right? It's not a secret. It's out there. So black women are fully aware that this is what's been going on for at least the last 20, 30, 40 years, especially, let's say, it started majorly 20 years ago or 30 years ago, right? So that being the case, I'm saying it's not an alien thing. No, I'm saying we're black men willingly bred white women, yeah? So what I'm saying is the message that gives on a show like that, where you've got it structured to, let's say, 5 or 10%, is that you're portraying, let's say, the 90% of black men with black women as being successful. You majorly put out your success stories. And what you can do in the 10% part is show the problems that those with the mixed race children and the non-black women are having with these others. So for instance, we're going to, let's say I was setting up the channel. I would be saying, well, these black guys have now come into their blackness. They've married a non-black woman. and all of a sudden they're realizing that that non-black woman didn't marry into their black mindset or their black life. Do you get what I'm saying? So portraying that would be a case where the black woman can now see that her black men are maturing, they're getting free from these intellectual shackles, etc. So I would suggest that's what would be beneficial to them. But if you have something else that you thought I was saying, or another concept, please tell me, bro. This.
Can I just add that the mere fact that even on this stream, that Rap Raven, you've chosen to show white supremacist propaganda, right? You felt it necessary, even though this is a Black Betterment show. You've selected white propaganda to show on the Black Betterment channel.
Good. So let's break that down. Before I break it down, Sister Sankova wants to say something, and we have to also welcome Brother Born Rich to the show as well.
From the USA.
This is just a very confused conversation. I don't know where to begin.
Yeah, let's bring order to it.
But
okay, so break it
I
down.
Would say that I would say that I don't know where to begin. What I did want to say earlier, though, with this whole there's anti-black sentiment in all different manner of things, but this generic rhetoric of black people are always against black people. It's 2022 when we're talking about Marcus Garvey. Marcus Garvey was still talking about in White House about being exonerated. Like, this conversation of now I'm talking about Marcus Garvey is nonsense. We're always still the nationalist Pan-Africanist community is always present. So this idea.
What do you mean by Marcus Garvey?
That has to do with the fact that this has to do. I'm only addressing the fact that you continuously say black people don't uplift black people. Black people are not. We're not progressive in any type of way. This is a nonsense.
Anything like that at all. I said that majorly, as we see right now, and as we have seen in the past, our issue has been us not having enough black people on this train of pro-blackness.
How does that make sense if it's 2022 and we're having the conversations we're having today? We are more than we'd like to think. We're not England. This is a global situation we're talking about. So I'm not saying where we're supposed to be, but the consciousness consistently grows and sustains itself. But we still have anti-African sentiment, hence this conversation, because everything you described is the media. I don't understand why we're replicating the media. So what Brother Kel said is, I respect.
What do you mean?
Why would we need any percentage of non-African women with African men to make those men feel comfortable? Because that's what betterment means to you. That makes absolutely no sense.
I agree.
So when I asked you what does that mean to black women, you gave some weird explanation. That means that makes no sense. Hold on. Wait a minute.
I know it doesn't make sense.
Let me just finish. I'm just saying it don't make no sense. Yeah? And I'm saying that whether you realize it or not, most of your conversation is anti-African sentiment. I think that I don't think you have a holistic understanding of what black empowerment, black betterment means. It's not a surface situation that Raven is talking about. This is not a cosmetic exercise. And when it is, if you're saying that we are where we are, that we don't have the power that we're supposed to have, like Brother Kel said, of course it's the complete opposite. That's just the way how that makes sense. It's like it feels like water. It don't make no sense that it don't make sense to you. But that's the end of that conversation, and that's it.
But hold on. Unfortunately, every single point you've made, you misunderstood. So I don't know whether it's a vocabulary problem. I don't know if you're not used to anything challenging what you're saying. but I've never come across somebody that just misunderstood the whole lot. So I try and make it in bite size. When I mention
please, I beg you don't. I beg you don't. We need to let the conversation progress. No, wait. You don't need to explain it to me, please. Please. Don't explain it to me. What I want is I just want other people to talk and let the conversation progress. Because if this becomes circular, this just becomes circular. So I'm okay. I'm okay with not understanding, is what I mean. Like I don't want you to explain it for me. Everybody else gets.
But there's other people.
What I've
That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
What? Just in case other people, in fact, other people in the there's a few people that seem to misunderstand, and I do understand that thinking outside of certain boxes can be hard for some people. So I'll have to say, try and put it in bite size. I'm saying relative to where we should be in 2022. So we should always be taking stock and account of where we are in relation to the past and in relation to the ops, in relation to anti-blacks, right? So I'm saying relative to where Marcus Garvey was with his people around him and the people that were ops to him, where are we in relation to ours, in relation to our history and how we've progressed? And I'm saying, with all the information going out there and this whole claim of black consciousness and awakening, the majority of what I see and what I've observed is not really any kind of realistic black awakening and pro-blackness. It's majorly a bunch of information where people are just using it to get their own personal desires met, not a collective pro-black unified goal and objective. So if you can point that out, any of you on the panel, that's fine. But what we can clearly see is that the methodology of those people that want to do what Rap Raven's talking about is always to try and ignore what other people are doing. And they do it almost with these blinkers on their eyes, and they can't see and they can't take into account what's going on from the various attacks that we're receiving. One of them is the continuous talk about white supremacy and missing out the Chinese, missing out the Pakistanis, the mulatto Arabs, and all these other attacks we're receiving from everyone else. As though they're
who said that people don't talk about that?
Brother Isa.
I think so. Yes, bro.
You know, brother, when we say white supremacy and that, especially from the Pan-Africanist Garvey opinion and that, we're referring to basically all those who have been classified as white. So, like, for example, Dr. Claude Anderson in his blueprint of economics, he says those who have generated all the wealth by organizing due to black people's disorganization is that they can classify people to be white. When they've classified people to be white, then they are able to access wealth from there. From the wealth, they can dictate their culture and their religious belief, and they can push forward that. So white, to me, brother, is the Asian people, the Middle Eastern people, and of course the Europeans. White supremacy, and that they all use the same tactics. So we don't really have to say, the Chinese and things like that. Or if you do want to categorize it, you can say, the mountain people or the ice people or the sand people. Relatively, it's still the same continent on the Asia. But white supremacy is clear, brother. Those are classified as white.
Hold on. One sec. You see what you said, and I'm glad you said to me, meaning to you. The matter, and this is one of the things, again, you've demonstrated the point, the lack of proper communication and identification for other people. When you say it to me, I can relate to you very easy. I can put them all under white supremacy and put them all in the same box. The majority of people on planet Earth and majority of black people all over this earth will not relate to that majority. So I'm saying to you, because of that type of speech, where in your head, when you say white supremacy, you might have all of these people who are non-black. Fine. That doesn't work in reality. And that term white supremacy majorly is linked to the concepts of KKK, neo-Nazis, and white supremacy America and England back from history till now. That's why so many blacks thought it was okay to vote in Asians and other people, because we're all brown together. And the whites, the Asians and one would align themselves with black people and say, yeah, they're racist against us. And they would call it white supremacy. When whites are racist to them, they want to use our terms to defend themselves. But when they get through the door, they side with them against us. And this is the thing you've just pointed out, and I thank you very much for pointing that out. Problem is communication, using the wrong terms. This is the thing. Anti-blackness covers all of them and makes us the center. That's why I like to use that term, anti-black. We're the center, and it's whoever anti-us. When you use white supremacy, you blind other black people who don't know, let's say, as much as we know, and you make them think that the only real enemy out there is white people and the white system, as if the bloody Hindu system and the mulatto Arab system and the flipping Chinese systems aren't even worse than these other European systems in America and England. They're flipping worse than them.
So we could say though, brother, that the for example, the caste system and the Middle Eastern system, they all have the white supremacist mindsets in there, because, you know, for us as a people, brother, the Africans and the Arabs and that, we suffer from tribalism. So that means, like, you know, like a dark skin brother, and I'll come with another light skin brother. Go on, brother. Go on. You want to say something? Go on.
I'm saying, for instance, black jet Indians are anti-African. So I'm saying, how the hell would you they don't classify themselves as white. How would you classify them as white? And they would use that argument to say, well, I'm not this and I'm not that. So I'm saying we have to be realistic and call it what it is, because the visual is the first thing. Yes?
Yeah, but it's not so much the visual though, because in political science, it's the mindset, isn't it? So for example, in our community, as you know, we have a lot of people who look like us, but they practice the white supremacist mindset. So we'll say that they're unsynchronized, but that doesn't take away the fact that they are using a white supremacist blueprint that is identified as white supremacy. Them dark Indians, right? They're not white, but they're still using the blueprints of the Europeans to oppress and use unethical code of conduct. So rather than saying all these things, we say white supremacy, and as the umbrella that indoctrinates or includes the Indian, the Asians, the Middle Easterns, and of course the Europeans. Okay. But
do you think type of brother? Sorry, do you think that type of labeling is beneficial or harmful, considering the majority of blacks haven't woken up? And also, how do you then label those black people within the so-called black culture, where you would call African, who also have the same mindset? What do you call them? Do you call them white supremacists too?
Well, technically, they're white supremacists, but in political science, we'll say unsynchronized. But that's the old gist of it. They are white supremacists. They believe, right, in denying access and opportunity and human rights to African people in all fields. You know, the unsynchronized Africans, they all believe in that. You know, so because we know where they get it from, we have to go to the original, brother. They got it from the Europeans. It's the European system that formulated the Hindu system.
Hold on, sorry. I'm really sorry for interrupting, my brother. Forgive me. I just want to say that, in fact, the Europeans got it more from the damn mulatto Arabs and Indians. So, for instance, when they reached Spain, where they got all the science in the Renaissance period, they already had legislation in Orthodox Sunni Islam of where black people stand. This was a norm. Okay, they already had that for over 1,000 years. When they went to India, you already had over 3,000 years of anti-blackness. People don't even know this. In the Kama Sutra, which everyone thinks is just a sexual manual, whatever, in there is a recipe at least, which tells you how to remove the pigment from your skin. 2,000 years ago, it's still in the Kama Sutra today. Anti-blackness.
Hold on, am I muted? I don't forget. Yeah, just because we've got Born Rich here. If there's anything you wanted to add to it, because he's a guest. Welcome, Born Rich.
This is a great conversation, Raven, because cool. Like I just said in the comments, I use the term white supremacy, especially being here in America, is because number one, for years we tried to get away from that terminology, white supremacy, or like Brother Issa said, when you think of when most people think of white supremacy, they think of Nazis and KKK, and they think more of white extremists, white extremism. So I like to use the term white supremacy, but I'm listening to the Brother Issa because I'm listening to saying about anti-blackness.
Let me just say, sorry, since you've mentioned that, just think of it like this: because we've been focusing on them, we didn't see the Chinese and these Koreans and stuff coming in the community, thinking of them to be even worse than the European KKK because they're very sneaky and they speak a different language. And they had the Kung Fu movies. Remember, they warmed our heart to them through various means with Kung Fu films, and we were wearing Kung Fu slippers and started wearing their blooming pajamas and clothes. Do you see what I'm saying? This is what they've done to us. And I'm saying...
Wait. Did you say that the Chinese are worse than the KKK?
I'm saying, well, yes, I'm saying the way that they think, 1,000,000% of how they see us. 100%.
And I'm gonna tell you why I agree with that. I'm sorry, Issa, but let me tell you why I agree with that a little bit, sis. Because the KKK, we know as black people, the KKK don't fuck with us, right? We know that, right?
Bon Rich, just so you know, live guests, we try to use our colorless language if we can.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Well, we know that the KKK don't mess with us, period, right? It's kind of like in America we do the Democrat Republican thing, right? So we know the KKK don't mess with us, period. But the thing about the Chinese and the Arabs, they'll come in our neighborhood, dress like us, open up a tobacco and liquor store right here, flirt with the women, call me bruh, what's up, bruh, and all of that stuff. So it's more like they're more what would you call it, covert with their hatred. So in a sense, that is worse than overt hatred. That's what I think.
Brother Born, I was going to tell Brother Issa is that when you look at the word white, because he was mentioning the Arabs and things like that. Remember, white is when you're a light-skinned black person, for example, a golden brown tone, right? Now, does that mean because now it's been changed to the modern day white, does that take away the fact that they're still practicing white supremacy? No, it doesn't. So that's what I'm saying is regardless of like, who... Go on, brother. Sorry, brother.
Just think about it. Throughout history, words have always evolved and changed. Okay, effective communication is the key to the universe, bruv. From the bloody electrons all the way to the matter that we sense.
Correct.
Now, if we communicate effectively, and this is the problem again, like I'm saying, we use term, white supremacy, and then what happens while we're focused on white supremacy? Bloody mulatto Indians, mulatto Arabs, Chinese, everyone else gets.
Listen, this is what I'm saying. That's what it is for you.
Yeah. No,
the terminology white supremacy globally, the same way Pan-African means all African people, white supremacy, all non-African people, has always meant what it means. And it don't just mean that just 5,000 people, it means that to a global community. So I'm saying that that's what it is for you. So this is this same thing as well about this same thing about one moment.
Just the lamp, please.
Rise up yourself again, Born Rich. I get what you're trying to say in terms of the Chinese all up in our business and smiling and whatever with you. But again, when we overstand what white supremacy is as an umbrella, we overstand that that's the nature of the game. Because the same Ku Klux Klan that was, I don't even have the words to even how, but the same Ku Klux Klan is in your school, is in your served you food yesterday. I don't understand, they're everywhere. So I'm saying they don't wear badges. That's not how it works. So I'm saying that different cultures just do their thing differently. But this idea that the Chinese is worse because they're in our face, but really they're schooling us, I don't get it. That's the conversation.
Yes. And this is what needs to happen here. Just what she said for me, you got it the wrong way around. For you, you might use the term white supremacy to refer to all of them.
No, not for me. For the thousands of books read by the millions of people, not just for me. Not just for me, for the universities, for the school, for Google, not just for me. That's what I'm trying to say.
How many black people go to university?
That you think of for the world.
What percentage of black people go to university and use the term, even in university?
I'm saying, if it can be used on Channel 4 News, and nobody complains to Channel 4 News or ITV or Sky to say, what was he talking about? Come on.
Oh, 1 second. Let's try to segue, because we've kind of veered away from the starting topic, which is what are the benefits to only having black content in black upliftment social spaces. So we kind of gone away, but we want to come back to that. And what we're saying is, what we did start with is there a value in just practicing that? And I think that might make this conversation make a bit more sense.
Yes, let's stay on that topic. Let's stay on that topic.
And I would say it is a value for only having black people, you know, and black content on black spaces, because I mean, even since a little boy, I've always related to the Black Power Ranger, the black guy. Well, when I'm watching a cartoon, I relate to the black guy. And if we start putting non-black people in the mix, then it gets diluted. So yes, number one, we want to see someone who looks like us visually, first and foremost. So that's why I would say that's one of the benefits to me. We want to have a visual of black people looking black, doing black things. Go ahead.
Born what I suggested was percentage rise, right? Via strategy. I'm saying, yes, you have a pro-black channel, but you also include a percentage, let's say 5 to 10%, that represents a reality, even though it's probably more of a certain generation in which black men have bred non-black women. And I'm saying, as an example, I think Rap Raven called it UK black males. I'm saying if you had on there between 5 and 10% of black fathers with non-black women, that would represent what the reality is. Because at the moment, if you have, let's say in England, a black channel which only it's going to be marginalized as being that other to black people, never mind to non-blacks. To non-blacks is already is black. As long as the star of a movie is black, it's a black thing, right? Even if everyone else is white. So you have to remember.
As you're speaking, so we've got a channel called UK Black Love, and this is what we post. Let me know the benefits of this. Let's go.
Add 27 photos to this sound and let it sync.
All right, UK Black Love. So us guys here, we're creating a page called UK Black Love, and that's our first post.
Yeah.
It's not problematic, no? Just it's okay.
Of course, because you've got the man being white. So the leader is white in this scenario. Do you understand?
What about this one? Hold on, guys. What about this one? How about this one? Before anyone jumps on, we're gonna do a social experiment. I think I still had it here. Where's that thing, man? Where's that thing going? Give me 17 seconds. There we go. All right, so now Brother Issa jumped in. He said, stop. And he cut that. And he said, stop. Someone else put the next one in. And here's the next one. And tell me the benefits of this.
Run.
Turn your big ass around and get the fuck back to your fucking seat. The fuck is wrong with your ashy ass?
All right, so forget this family for him to swear, and we have to because we use a case study, so sometimes it's colorless. So is that okay? Because it's a black man. Black man, that one okay?
Black man, white woman, within the framework and context of within the framework and context of what? This is what I mean. Are you really going to miss out the other contextual variables of the whole channel that we're talking about?
Okay, let me forget. Unfortunately, I don't have it here, but let's just say I had one where it's a black man and he's kissing a white woman. And he's kissing her very passionate, and there's slow music, and it's whimsical and stuff. Is that okay? Is that permissible for a black upliftment channel?
I said only within the context. So, for instance,
wait, can I ask a question? Let me engage in this nonsense. So you see the black man now. How does he, when he's white woman, his Asian woman, his Asian whatever woman, when she's like, why do you keep watching this stuff? It's just black, 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 black. And black women everywhere and everything black, black, black. Yeah. And he's like, because it relates to me and it's to do for me and, it uplifts me and I can see some of me in it. And she's like, yeah, but I can't relate to it at all. I'm just excluded. I just see pictures of us sometimes, but that's it. They're just talking about everything has to be black. How does that man relate to his woman? What does he say? Do you tell her to shut up and get on with it? What happens?
Right, Raven, you see what the sister just said? This is exactly what I was saying. So the one you showed, Rat Raven, I would say doesn't represent what I was saying. What she said was exactly my point, where you have that discretion and the man, if needs be, gets to a point where saying, listen, you're either on this train or you can go. Simple as that. So the point is, it becomes an example.
What does it mean for her to be on the train?
Brother and sister, let me just make a clear point, right? And I think I need to do this.
No,
hold on, brother, because I'll be starting the Black I Love campaign, right? I run the Black Betterment Broadcast, right? And it's black people helping black people, black issues, right? I would like to believe that equally amongst the men and the women, there is it is balanced, but I would say historically it isn't. You tend to find that black men have a much more high capacity to be with non-black women, right? And that there's history towards that. I'm saying that anything I support that has the word Black Betterment or Pan-African or anything like that is black man and black woman. And there can be no compromise on that, unless, of course, there's a documentary about something or we're studying something where we're analyzing like we're doing now. We're someone going, well, can this work? But when it comes to upliftment and storytelling and showing black people in their best light, there will be no non-black woman or no non-black man or whatever it is as a partner, because that doesn't work to the collective benefit of black people. Now, if we don't understand this now, when I say black people are collectively inadequate, they'll strongly enforce that. Go ahead.
I think that's the way.
Did I not say to you exactly almost what the sister said in relation to bringing up the discussion? And also, what was it you just said? You just said something that triggered that again. So basically what my point was, is that those who have, let's say, gone into those relationships and got children, and they're on this thing of pro-blackness, they're learning, some might even feel within their head and their heart, they've actually made a mistake. They don't want to admit, and say, well, their children are a mistake, but they're there, they love them, and they're not willing to give them up, okay? But they might be willing to give up their woman or play it smart, because maybe if they divorce their wife, maybe she would take, the kids and the house and the rest of it. So they might play it smart. But the point is that you can...
So it's a tool to get the black man back. Is that what it is?
Hold on. Oh. Yeah, so as I was saying, Rap Raven, all of your questions do not somehow relate to what I suggested and what my point on context was, which is black betterment. Therefore, we have so many black men with mixed race children, so many, and they are interacting, even mixed race children are either with black or white and so on. So the goal is from somewhere to being better than what you are. So the discussion, exactly as Sankofa said, which is, this is a situation where you, as a Chinese, Asian, and whatever else, are going to have to relate to why I'm putting up pictures, pro-black pictures all over my children's bedroom in the house. I'm the man in the house.
Oh, wait,
this is how it's going to be.
Wait, that's the other dynamic I was going to ask. So are we just assuming then these men are... You've painted the character of these men because they're telling the women, this is what I'm doing, woman, and this is how it's gonna be. And then that's just how it's also a tool, though. That's why I was excited, because I think you're saying it's a tool to reclaim the black man from the clutches of these women. But at the same time, these black men are the women that tell these women, you shut your mouth, woman, I'm just gonna do this. Because I was gonna say, you brought up another question. What if the children are rebellious to it, saying, oh, I don't like all this black stuff. Leave it alone. Right. And the wife says, not my children. And stop that nonsense. Then what? What's the next thing?
I know somebody. I know. You know what it is? I know in the situation you just mentioned and the one before. Now, it's been quite complicated in the second one, where the children have come out. So, for instance, he went about this in a very, if you're not going to accept it, you're this, you're this, you're this. But they did come back anyway because of what they experienced and received. So, for instance, they were rejecting it. They went with their mum's side. Their grandparents were quite wealthy, whatever else, fine. But they came back. Maybe after the racism they received, they did come back to black and they did understand where their dad was coming from. What my point is about the show itself. And I'm saying us taking care of the narrative. So it's not a thing where they're going to show anything like Rap Raven just decided to show. I don't know why, choosing between black and white, and he got a white woman talking to him like that. I'm saying, no, the narrative is, I'm the man of the house. I'm a black man. This is my situation. And you should have married me and married into my experiences, my culture, and what's going on, because the children are from me as a male through you as a
So
female.
FYI, to you, that mindset is more common than the terminology white supremacy. Is that what you're saying? The mindset of what you just said, the mindset of what you just described for the men of that date or have married different women of different races, and they're gonna say about it's my house, it's my picnic or whatever. Are you saying that is a more common mindset than the terminology, the understanding of the terminology white supremacy? Is that what you're saying?
Is that what I was saying? Hell no, it wasn't. And if you listen carefully, I was talking about what
you are saying. I'm asking you.
No. I didn't say. I'm not saying that. I'm talking about specifically what should be represented. So I'll say it again. If you were to set a channel up or a page,
I know what you're saying is being represented. I'm asking you, when I've asked you questions about how then does the man respond if he's faced with these challenges, either from his woman or his children. You went on then to describe a mindset of a man that's going to tell the woman, shut your mouth, this is what's going on in my yard. If she don't like it, she can jog on. You gave some example of somebody whose picnic did go and they faced all this deep racism from all these races that they're with, and then they came back. But I am saying, I am arguing that if that's the common mindset with the brothers that are with women outside of the race, is that more common to you than the terminology and understanding of white supremacy? Does that make sense?
Neither of them are common and has absolutely nothing to do with what we're talking about. We're talking about setting up a channel or a page. So you trying to feed it back into trying to this doesn't make sense.
So one of the things, I think one of the things that we do is we always lose ground in the sense of we always seem to focus on the smaller agenda. And right now I feel that why should the narrative
smaller agenda, bro? Sorry, what do you mean by small?
So here's what I mean, right? We understand that right now we have very little representation, and we understand self-esteem is an issue in the community, and we're not really seeing as much productive black families as necessary because we don't control our media. So I'm saying is when we do control our media, no matter how rinky-dink or small it might be, isn't there a value in focusing on the most positive concepts that we have? Because someone might only see that once, whenever, right? So showing constructive black man with constructive black woman, is much more valuable than showing a black man with a Chinese woman.
Oh, and is that what Brother Issa was saying in the beginning of the dialogue with Raven? That he's saying that is what should be shown. Is that what the whole?
What Brother Issa was saying, and he can speak for himself, was there should be a percentage. So maybe like 90% black man, black woman, and 10% black man and non-black women, and also no percentage of black women with white men or any other kind of men. That's what he was saying.
So, are you saying that so you can confuse the power structure in regards for us to benefit in economics, or what? Why would you? What's the benefit of saying that? What's the goal, brother?
The goal is this. I'm glad you asked the question. So basically, it's like this: the imagery where, and let's say the conversation and the videos. So not just a page where you're just looking at pictures, because I think Rap Raven, the Instagram page was just pictures. So you have, let's say, a guy who's going through the reality of what it would appear. I might be wrong here, but looks like 50% of guys between maybe 20 and 40 of black men, let's say at least in London, might have mixed race kids. This is what I think. It might not be true, but let's say there's that many. I'm saying they can relate now. They're having this struggle with me as a black man coming into my black identity, which I didn't really have when I was going into a relationship and producing these children and raising these children. So I'm saying when they see other black men who've also been in that situation, they can now relate to them, know what argument to bring to their other half if they're still with them, or at least what to say to their children, to advise their children on their way as genetically mixed, politically black children. So it's more of a example of what it kind of like the manosphere where people are quoting Kevin Samuels and these others. So I'm saying in relation to the positivity of what they're seeing for pro-blackness, rather than just going with the flow of what's promoted, let's say throughout music videos, which was majorly what promoted these interactions.
That's going to be very difficult, Issa. Now I understand where you're coming from now. Go on, brother.
Let me say this. Let me put it into a form of a dialogue, right? So would this be a wrong thing to say, brother Issa, right? And I'm just going to try to make it as nice sounding as possible. So basically you have a black man who's picked a non-black wife and he's got these children, whatever. And he's talking to his goes, by the way, non-black wife, there's like a building where black people go. It's like a safe space for black people. And we go there to talk about how to improve black people, how to work on economics, how to build self-esteem, how to honor our ancestors and do good things by them because they were killed, and we want to make sure that reparations come to them and that kind of stuff. Is it okay if me and the children go to this building because it's just for black people? You can't come. Do you think that? Do you reckon what he should say is, actually, wife, I'm gonna go talk to the black people in that building and try to give you special privileges so you can come in because you're my wife. Now, which one do you reckon he should do, if any?
It's very simple. The reason why it's very simple is because this very same scenario has happened around people I know. We used to go to the nation meetings in Shepherd Bush, and there were women there and men there. The man's sister could go, but his woman couldn't go. So it's not nothing new. Do you know what I mean?
Right? And can we all agree that's a good thing?
Yes, damn right.
Okay, now let's segue back to a page. He goes, now wife who's not Chinese or white wife, there's a page that we set up just for black people to boost our self-esteem. Is it okay that there's pictures of me and the kids and pictures of the neighbors and the other black people, because you're not black and it's for just black upliftment, that you're not seen here? Because also we're aware that unfortunately, for some reason, many black men don't actually choose to be with black women, and other people might think that's good, but that's not how black people are produced. So we just want to show black men with black women because we want to let them know that actually, even though we're choosing not to date that, we know that actually ultimately is a good thing, that people like people who look like them rather than look like the people who tried to kill them. What would you say about that?
Okay.
I disagree, by the way, Brother Raven. We don't all agree, so I disagree with.
I would love to hear that, IC3. What you disagree with it. Go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah, 100%. You know what? In regards to still pictures on the page, you're 100% right. I retract that. Keep that black woman, black man, black woman. But when it comes to the lessons that I was talking about with videos of showing that thing, I would still stick to my 90%, 10%. So when it's imagery, it's just, consistent, what you can see and interpret. It's unless you've got bubbles, because I'm saying what I would do is use it to show the negativity part.
Okay, hold on. Let me try to interpretate that. I could be wrong, but maybe I'm spinning more in your favor, right? So just say we had like a page called Black Love is Powerful, right? And then there's a picture of a black man being beaten up by his, or maybe killed with a knife, by his non-black wife, and the caption reads, "Be careful, brothers. There is a lot of racism out there, and you might be killed."
That actually happened.
Of course.
Yeah, I get that.
No, hold on. I know. Of course, it happens all the time. But what I'm saying is, what I'm saying is, in that context, with the bubbles, like you're saying, would you say that that's probably a better use of it, because what you're warning the black man of the dangers of going outside, because and we can.
That's what I'm saying. He's providing tools. I didn't realize.
Yeah, that's because I didn't understand where he was coming from before.
I don't think he realizes though, Kev.
No, but this is we have to take ideas and make them work for black people. That's how it works. So in that regard,
hold on. Rap. I said that at the beginning. right? When I mentioned the 5 or 10%. So we need to help Sankofa to listen clearly.
No. You've come back round. Now you come back round. Don't try it. Before you was fighting hard. You was fighting for your races hard.
Yeah.
But Raven got more vocabulary for you.
Yeah, I get it.
He said exactly the same thing, you know. I said nothing different. He's just giving you a scenario, giving you more words, and you come back
No.
like, okay, now if it's still imagery, I know they can't go into that building. Your conversation, it's a mess. It's a mess.
I understand the emotion. I understand there's emotion.
Oh, I've understood. No, you've understood.
Now hold on, fam.
I'm saying that it's tools. I think.
Let us learn from stuff. Two things. Wait, hold on. What I'm going to do, ICV is going to jump in a bit, but before he does, I just want one of us to tell us how this next image benefits Black people.
Yo, get up, man. Look at you.
I look to you. After all my strength is gone.
Right, so someone, only the people can tell me what's beneficial to Black people. Go.
The beneficial part of this video is that I would show, look how whoever posted it is continuously perpetuating anti-Blackism by showing that this is how a Black man can relate to a white woman better. And this, in one, he's disrespecting his Black woman, and the other one is, having respect for it and understanding for his white woman. So this is the thing where we can see the continuation of anti-Blackness through these comparisons.
Right. So what you're saying is a study guide, right? But I'm talking about on the actual page with no caption is posted. Boom.
It doesn't benefit us. It doesn't benefit us. That's simple. It does not benefit African people.
It sounds
excellent. So that's the point. That's what I'm trying to make. Now, brother IC3, he disagrees with many things. Go ahead, list them if you like, brother, so we can start that kind of understanding.
Oh yeah. Well, what I disagreed with. Now, it's popular position within the Black community is the organization of events and spaces where non-Black people are not allowed. So as far as so some people see that stating that that's a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's good to organize a space, and you state on the door that only Black people are allowed in. Right. I'm going to say, no, it's not a good thing, because I think, I could be corrected, that it's illegal, right, for you to organize an event.
It's not illegal.
And
I've done many events.
it. Pardon?
It's not illegal. I've done many events.
Oh, right. Wow. Right, because I was under the impression that they could say, it's it comes under race, hate, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, so that's okay.
That's one point. I don't think points, because I've answered these questions. Because remember, every time a Black person has a problem, the Black Betterment tries to have a solution. So I have a list of solutions. But is there anything else? Because I've got a list there.
What was that?
Should I give the solution to your potential problem, brother IC3? I
don't know.
Thank you. Thanks to the Muslim woman community, as well as the LGBT plus community. They've created these things called safe spaces, and it's where marginalized groups can go amongst themselves just to rebuild and feel safe and this kind of stuff.
Okay, good. So if you declare that this event is for Black people that have been marginalized, and we want it as a safe space for Black people, that is why no other people can come in.
Yes,
that's okay. That's legal. Is that correct?
100%. So it's a safe space.
All right, good. Okay, wow, that's good.
Yeah, like I said, you just have to latch into the new words, and everything we're saying is true. Black people are collectively adequate, victims of anti-Black racism, and we can go. It's okay. White
we need
people,
safe spaces.
Yeah, the reason we need safe space is because you are technically superior to us at economics because of the behavior patterns that you've practiced. So now we're trying to work on ourselves to actually fix this. So we need a safe space because unfortunately, if we have non-black people in there, it loops to perpetuation. And tell them not to worry, there'll be plenty of black people in their room for you. You don't need to be in there for yourselves. They'll do it themselves. So we really have a work done on us, but we need a safe space to fix ourselves. And there you go. So that'll be the solution.
Wow, who's doing
And
that
I'd just
at the
like
moment?
to say though, you don't have
applying
to,
for the council with grants with that. Which organisation's doing that?
I just want to say that what Raven has said, he's broken down. I'm sure, like where it's down as legally. However, you don't have to put that on a flyer. It's a strictly African event. The end. When you ask, do you have to say blah 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 blah? No, you don't. It's a strictly African event. The same way Jewish schools exist, quite openly, and many other racial, cultural organizations that other races dare not step on the premises. So I'm saying that it's perfectly fine. You don't need to give no long disclaimers or nothing like that. The white person can't call the police and say, I was not allowed in that building where black people are. No, that doesn't exist.
Are you saying that white people actually can't go in if they want to?
Absolutely not. If I've paid my good money to rent a building, to have some space for me and my people, and I've put on the flyer, it's an African only event, absolutely not. Can they pass the threshold? Are you mad?
I'm not too sure that's legal, you know.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm deep decades into the thing, Rasta, and I haven't.
Just because you've been doing it, it's not the point. If they want to come down on you, they'll come down on you if it's illegal.
I've held an event. Wait, sorry.
Yeah, I know you've been doing it.
I have held an event next to Brixton Police Station and told people no. I've held an event next to Harlesden Police Station and told people no. I've held an event next to Paddington Police Station in the college even, and I've told people no.
Same here.
Okay. What have they? This is the thing. They may have just walked away and accepted that you said no. But if they put in an official complaint to council and this and that, would that still stand?
Exactly. That's the question.
Guys, remember, hold on. Remember, let's bring the mindset. Yeah, we're giving you methods and ways of how to unite black people to do betterment, and we always get that kind of pushback, like what if? But we're telling you that people do this. We don't get the what ifs. Do it.
Bro, listen, the Nation of Islam been having their thing going for time, bro. I've never seen a white person in. So it actually happens. That wasn't a discussion though, but fair enough. If you want to move on, we're just saying, if you put on there blacks only, they're going to be like putting that all over social media, and there's going to be issues. But anyway, no, that's not going to work. Obviously, but this
something's not worked. People have told you it's worked.
Listen. So the sister Sankofa has told you what she doesn't work, right? Hold on.
This is what anti-African looks like, people.
Yeah, we have to do one at a time. Now, look.
This is what it looks like.
One at a time.
Put the flyer up there that's Sony.
Hold on. One at a time.
Man telling me no, you know. Man telling me no.
One at a time, because we can't.
Sorry, my brother. Sorry.
I'll have to mute because I can't. I don't know who's talking. But I'll tell you this, right? That people do this anyway, right? What I'm saying is, when we speak this way, there's a lot of it tends to be like the misogynists and people like that, who speak openly against these kind of things. And what I'm saying is, for you particular people out there in the internet world, right? If you're worried about putting stuff on a flyer, you can actually put, we're trying to have a safe space. We recognize we're collectively inadequate because we don't build anything. Our men, we have the highest rate of men that day outside. Anything you want to put here to demonstrate that black people are collectively inadequate as working as a team, right? So we're coming together to fix that issue. Now, if in order for us to have to fix teamwork skills, and subservient skills by becoming a subservient person and getting other people to help us, then once again, it's a paradox that destroys itself. So if you need this skill, this is the only African thing because we have been destroyed as a people and we're trying to have a safe space. Whatever. Put whatever you want. Some people don't feel it's necessary to put that, but actually it's the truth. And once again, this conversation does not exist in Asian spaces, Jewish spaces, or white spaces. Only in subservient black spaces.
That's right.
It does.
The most defeated. And once again,
it does exist in Asian.
Speak. They no longer. I remember receiving phone calls from the Asian awards, and the Asian sports where a building has been set up just for Asians to go there to discuss how to be better at sports and those kind of stuff, right? Because that's their issue. We don't really have that issue, right? So it's like, I was told about this. And could I go? No. Would I want to go? No. Yeah, it is what it is, right?
Yeah.
Could you go?
No, I couldn't, because just for Asians. But the thing is, I wouldn't want to.
You could. No. It's not whether you want to, brother. What I'm saying to you is, and it's been tried before with, let's say, Pakistani community centers that they had something, and they didn't want anyone other than Pakistanis there, and it was almost a fight between them over it. I didn't care for it. I thought,
who were they fighting? Who were the Pakistanis fighting?
No, I'm saying they all. In other words, one group of Pakistanis was arguing not to let any non-Pakistanis in, and there was others saying, but there are Muslim brothers and this and that. And he said, well, this is not about Islam. This is, they said it in their own language. So the brother told us what was being said. And he said, listen, this is not about Islam. It's about Pakistan and da-da-da. So these other blacks, who I would call coons, obviously, they wanted to get involved and they wanted to know what's going on. They wanted to go to Pakistan and help. And I'm saying, bruv, mind your business. Simple as that. But I'm just saying, you do have that issue. And but yeah, we've got the problem kind of solved already, because like I said, the Nation of Islam has been doing it for so long. I've never seen any white people in the Nation of Islam meetings. I used to, what was it? I can't remember, Willesden Green Library, or whatever it was, where there's been other pro-black things. And I don't remember there being white people there either. But the whole thing is, it's very easy for us, I think, in the spaces that we're in, where we're at now, to not let them in. But when we get big, when we start to get influential, one of the things that they will use is this thing that they can't be included. Now, the only thing then to say, well, it's similar to, when women have been traumatized, let's say, when they say, well, women don't want to see men here. Do you see what I mean? Because they've been traumatized, raped, whatever else, they've been through stuff. And we could use it. I would use to say.
I know people find this hard to swallow sometimes because when I talk, the things I say are political tools and they're social engineering tools, right? And the word you tell people is, unfortunately, brothers and sisters, or the people listening, we black people have been rendered collectively inadequate. We can't even work as a team anymore, right? So we set aside some space to do that. Now, if they say no, you need to work with me, then they're demonstrating the what's happened, isn't it? That we are subservient and we cannot do anything without the guidance of anyone else. And
okay, right, that's good. Nice move.
You're talking. Rap. You're talking, Jordan. You're talking about black people wanting to move. I'm talking about white people that believe that they should be allowed in, or non-blacks believing they should be allowed in.
No, brother, listen. I'm giving you the tools. Go to the white person. Go, sorry, white person, because my people are collectively inadequate. It's no secret because your people helped us to get this way, right? Because of this, we need to go to a safe space, the same space you give to the LGBT community, right? We need to go to our safe space to be able to build economics of black love, because right now we hate ourselves more than you hate yourselves. So we're trying to fix that. We don't have any group economic skill inadequate.
We're like standing court.
Yeah, and the only way to fix this is for self-determination. I've given you the tools.
Pause. Wait. So pause. Issa, now, when you say that to that non-African, what is the response? What is the response you expect?
Well, depending on who they are. Obviously, ones that I know personally would be like, oh, I respect that. But I'm thinking about certain other ones that
you're
they're
talking
not happy
about.
with.
That's gonna So what is it that you think is gonna happen here?
It's gonna be, how dare you? Are you trying to say that I'm inferior and can't relate? I've been persecuted as well. Blah blah blah, and I can contribute. This is racism against me. And then they're going to go to the council because they believe they are part of the saviorship of blacks, or they'll go to the police council. You know, these people that ain't got much to do.
All right, so I've said to you, I've been doing this for a couple decades now, yeah. So, and I've done it mostly all over London. And then there's not me, forget me, I'm small fry. Yeah, I'm small fry. Yeah, I go to, it's not been on for a few years, but let's just say off the top of my head, we've got ALD that happens in different parts of the country. But more times, like thousands of people that come there over the course of the time. That's a strictly African event. That's a strictly African event.
If they want to.
That's been happening since the 70s.
No, but this is what I'm saying. If it's small,
I am saying, in all that time, are you saying that no white person has complained? Because I'm saying that, so what if they do? All races of people.
Yeah, let me answer that question.
On all different scales. Somebody put in the chat. 1 minute. Somebody put in the chat. Hackney Baths is shut down for the Jews on Jewish community every Wednesday. A swimming pool is shut down for a community every single week for a swim.
Yeah.
This is a mentality. So this show is very important. You have highlighted how important this show is because these are the types of this is the works that we've got to do. These are the this is the fight that we have to deal with. So when we're talking about black, let me just say a little bit because I've let everyone talk, innit? Come on. So I'm saying that when we're talking about, pardon?
I'm saying the Hackney Bath situation, the Jewish community. So in that you could have black Jews.
No. We're not gonna do that. We know what the Jewish community is in London. Let's keep it 1,000. It's Hackney. There is no other race in there. Yeah. So if they shut it down on Wednesday for swimming, that's what it is. And I'm not going over that point. I'm not going over that.
No.
It is what it is. But the point I'm making is that this conversation.
Let her finish.
Why can't I finish?
Let the sister finish, and then you get 10 pence, please. Go ahead, sister.
This conversation is important in terms of the fight that when you're talking about being race first, Raven has consistently, Kel as well in different ways, consistently broken down the need and the necessity. When you are talking about how anti-black, self-hating we are as a people, that means we've got plenty work to do, and we can only tunnel vision on ourselves. So when a brother is going through his self-transformation experience and he is coming into knowledge of self, we are there ready and prepared because we've been doing the works, focusing on self. When that's the conversation and we're having all of this, this is the works. So for those who understand what I'm saying, this is the words. Do you understand?
Okay.
Because there's always a problem.
Yes, we understand.
There's always a problem. Like Raven has said, wait, let me just finish. We have said specifically over and over again, it is a legal situation now that we can have spaces for ourselves. It's a done and dusted deal. You can put it on a black and white piece of paper, it's finished. Why are we still talking about it right now?
Wait a minute.
It was. Hold on. Let me just. Hold on.
What I was saying was, in internet land, take notes. Okay, it looks very different in different clothes. I'm a Donya.
Okay. Okay, good. So as I was saying, it's not a debate. It was a simple thing of knowing what's actually the case for informational purposes. Have things changed? How Europeans can come and interrupt things as we're going along, because obviously things are small. They don't think they're going to be a big savior in that arena, but they like to be saviors when things get big. But in relation to the Jewish, the baths or whatever it is, swimming pool, this isn't a thing when you do it under religious thing. So as I said, Muslim women I know have got a whole big swimming pool to themselves, and no one else can go in because it's for women only. right? And not just that, I've seen where people can park wherever the hell, they shut down a whole street for Friday prayers. You get me? So when it comes to these things, it's not no, oh, well, it's some big powerful thing because the Jewish community get it. If a bunch of black Muslims got a mosque somewhere, they can do it out of religious thing. So same, but I'm just saying on the basis of black only, saying, I don't know for sure if that will work if they went to the that's all I'm saying.
Right. Because there's so, I'll let you jump in about item cover. The reason is because every time you guys say something that I've written something down, I should always do it. This is something I realized in my Speakers Corner days. And the solution I brought was we have to have a campaign that highlights prejudice against race-based identity, meaning you allow people to identify as homosexual or same-gender loving and have a space. You allow a person to identify as a woman, which is a biological birth, but other people change it now, whatever, right? And have a space. You allow a person to have a religious group and have a space, but you don't allow a person who's born into their own skin that can't change to have a space. You see? Now, that in itself, and one thing we have to do is we have to say that the realities of black people is not the same realities of non-black people or white people specifically, right? Different dynamic. Yeah. So what we're doing is by saying that we're going to be stopped because we're not allowed to identify as black and find solutions, we have to say there is race title discrimination. I mean, you see what I'm saying? But you're not having religious title discrimination, sex title discrimination, lovemaking title discrimination. So you're discriminating against the ability to identify as black.
Why do you think?
Say again.
Why do you think? I'm saying the way that it's been presented by these lot is that they want to pretend that if we have a blacks only thing, I mean, Sankofa mentioned it as African, which is fine. That can work because it's more of a nationality or continentality, however you want to put it. But when you say black, in the minds of certain antagonistic non-blacks, whether they be Asian, white, whatever, they will be like, oh, that's racist, that's reverse racism, and blah, blah, blah. So I'm just saying, I like the way you put it, as in, you know, obviously you have to put it as, well, this is what we're doing, like Alcohol Anonymous, like any other so-called rehabilitation group, where the reason for this is that we're inadequate, as you say, and therefore we're trying to help and benefit ourselves. But I'm just saying, if you were to put that, I'm just saying that people wanting to destabilize what we're doing, if you get big enough, then you see how it comes about, bruv. They will. It's possible.
With that being said, right, and I commend Brother Raven, you could put anything on the flyer, and the non-Africans will still try and shut it down. Which is why, brother, is that our history and legacy is that some of us are going to have to go to prison, some of us are going to have to go in the grave. Do you understand what I'm saying, brother? It doesn't matter if you know, political things like that. Our ancestors, bro, went into prison, especially the Honorable Marcus Garvey and many more, right? And also, brother, had to go in the grave. So are we willing to sacrifice to that? That's what we need to talk about.
Right. Serious.
Liar or things like that. Still shut it down because African power should never ever stand tall with European power. They don't believe in it. So I hope you understand that. We also have to get locked up or killed.
Can we address that, Brother Kale? I mean, this here is going to be. Please slow it down for me because this is very, very serious. Now, just because we may have been doing things for a long time, that's not the point. What is the legal status? The legal state. What will stand in court? Now, Brother Kell raised a good point. If a group of people, black people, were to say, right, we are dedicating this particular space as a blacks only space, and nobody who is not black is allowed to come into this space when we're having an organization, and we put that on the flyer, we put that on our website, where we advertise it on the radio, we tell people we're having monthly meetings in this place and it's for blacks only. And we do TV adverts, posters, and we make it clear what our position is. Yep. and that's how we operate. Now, if there was such a group of black people that would dare to do such a thing, then it would move into the arena of what Brother K was saying. Well, okay, make that statement and be prepared to go to prison for it. Because
I see. Sorry, he's saying no matter what you put on there. In other words, if you put all the legal space, they will start to manipulate the law. They will start to put in people to cause trouble. They may even put in black people to cause trouble. And this is what I agree with. No matter how you worded it 100% legal correct, as soon as it starts to be majorly successful, starts to have some great impact on the black community, they will come and try to disrupt it with all kinds of different means. Do you get what I'm saying? So the first step might be, you say, is it legal, to ban non-blacks? But as the brother said, the bottom line is they're going to come with whatever else, they maybe plant drugs in there, whatever they hold it. You know what I mean? It's part of the thing. It's part of the struggle. We just have to know that's how it works.
But there is no black group, no black organization that is clearly stating that this is a black-only organization and putting it in print, putting it on flyers, advertising. There's nobody. Maybe maybe if there's somebody doing that.
Yeah, but brother, he said they do it on the religion, though, brother. Nation.
Again, I was part of an organization that was a self-proclaimed nationalist Pan-Africanist.
I have never seen that on a flyer.
There are many of them, and they have events all the time, and they put their whole. You can Google them.
Show me a flyer.
You can Google them.
Yeah, Google. I'm gonna.
Give the ACM.
Post the link, please, in the chat. Post the link in the chat. Post a link in the chat where I can see flyers where a organization is saying that this is a black-only organization and this event is blacks only. Put the link in the flyer, please. Put the flyer in the link so I can.
I've told you the organizations.
No, don't.
No, I'm not doing none of that legwork. I'm not doing none of that legwork.
Nobody's doing that. Nobody. Test me out. Prove me wrong. Then. Prove me wrong. I want to hear that. Prove me wrong. I'm saying there's no black organization anywhere.
Right. Anyway,
on their flyers, their events, or their organization is blacks only. Prove that to me.
Thanks for the reasoning. I give thanks for the reasoning.
Yeah, show me that. Show me that.
Sister, thanks for your contribution. You did a wonderful job. It's good to get your energy. And hopefully you're going to start a conversation that I want to bring on. And that is like, at a certain point, we do need to get people who are solution-based and are looking, I mean? And your energy is that. It is definitely and we need more of it. I'm going to try to get the men around. One of the challenges I face, especially when it comes to miscegenation, is it really does hypnotize a lot of the black men. And we need to find whenever, and this is the truth that I've researched, any time you get any segues to relationships of miscegenation based is because usually the people are practicing it, and that the practice of miscegenation, especially in marriage and children, this kind of stuff, it really does hypnotize black men. So we're trying to find a solution for that. But thank you for your amazing contribution. I look forward to more.
These lot with their little shots to that jokers.
Give thanks to the brothers, all of you, for your reasoning and your insight. Big up yourself, brother Kel. Big up yourself, brother Raven. And I'm going to try and stay tuned. Big up Kushti. I'm coming to message you.
Now, family, please press like in the group if you're here. Please press your like, show your support, and all that good stuff. Now, to brother IC3, you really wanted to see a content that shows black people promoting a black-only event. Tell us why this gets you so passionate. What is it about this concept that gets you so passionate? What do you reckon it is?
Because that's for black people to openly state that they're having or setting up events for blacks only is like a statement, blatant affront to white supremacy. I mean, it couldn't be stronger, more blatant to tell. Just to tell people, white people, hey, listen, in this planet, in this world, there is a space for blacks only, and you can't come in. Whoa, that is a statement.
Well, I've given you, brother. I've tried to give brothers like yourself a method of doing that, and the method is you highlight that black people are collectively.
No. Listen carefully. Look, Brother Raven, not a method. Is it being done? That's the question I'm asking.
Well, the sister said, "Hold on,
who is doing that?"
Well, me. But the sister, I go for gay myself. My sister Sankofa has demonstrated that for her stuff. What I'm saying is, for people like you, here's the experiment. If you use this strategy of actually allowing,
I understand.
Letting them know that you recognize that black people are collectively inadequate. So even go stronger. Go, listen. You do understand that we black people are collectively in an inferior position compared to you. Now, because of that, we're going to try to rebuild ourselves.
I got it.
I'm sure that will ease some of the pain that you might feel. But
hold on. IC3, one sec. It seems that Rap Raven and those of this certain chain of thinking, they don't seem to understand specific questions. When you detail what you want to see, they broadenize it and translate it into something else. Because if you put Africans only, right, that's very different than if you put black only. Black only, definitely. In a lot of triggers off in a lot of their minds the opposite of whites. So when they used to say whites, and they don't seem to get this, the psychology behind. Do you understand? So when you say, I understand exactly what you're saying, and this is the thing, saying when they say, I think somebody WIM, he asked, why do I care about what other people think or whatever else? And I'm saying the point of caring is because they have influence. If there's a lot of people who are, let's say, white, and they're seeing us progress, and they want to be somehow, making themselves famous or feeling they've done something, like when they go to certain poor countries, take pictures of themselves and then post it and show, look, I've done the charity work and I've done this. They feel like the white savior syndrome. And I'm saying they want things from us, right? So I'm saying, because I know that's a fact, and I know we're still under their law and authority, I have to take into account and consideration, what are they going to do? And the reason why a lot of these people fail is because they don't focus on themselves and the opposition at the same time. When they talk about, the reason why their tunnel vision is always to look down, keep going where they're going. And they keep going around in bloody circles. That's why that community has not got anywhere. That's why these poor youth.
Brother Isa, you do understand that there's a lot of us, brother, who are not comfortable with calling ourselves Africans. You do understand that? So if Brother Raven is saying that only blacks only, right, is that if we say Africans only, like me personally, it should be only Africans only. But isn't Brother Raven like considering those who don't want to associate themselves with the labels Africa, but encompasses when you call yourself black?
No, brother, no. Listen to what we're saying.
Black is stronger.
Hold on, brother. What it is, our conversation includes the defense. So whenever we're thinking to do something, we're looking at the historical past. This is what intelligent strategists do. You look at, well, what did our ancestors do that worked? Right. What did they do that didn't work? Or what did they do that only worked a little bit or whatever? How can we modify, adapt? How can we take everything that worked and use that? Do you understand? And I'm saying, ignore the fact that we're still in this battle, the fact that they're still using all means of attacking us. How the hell can I think to strategize in my future? We're not without thinking of them and what they're going to do. Right. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like they've got minds in this field every bloody where. So I'm saying you got to try and work. Where do I put this foot? Where do I put this? Do I front flip over this one? That's what's happening here.
Brother Isa, all due respect to you, you're missing the point. The reason why you and I and many of us can work in in this land called Europe is because our ancestors, brother, they fought with blood. You see what I'm saying? And first before the brother, it was political science, writing things down. We want this, and then the end goal, brother, they fought with blood. So it doesn't matter whether you call it or whether you do this. We're going to have to fight with blood again. The Europeans did it in America in the Civil War, and they also did it in Europe as well to form the tribes together. So it will lead to that anyway, brother. I hope you do understand that, or due respect.
Brother, you're saying that to me, like, okay. Anyway, that's a given. Yeah, it's a norm, isn't it?
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, at the moment, the conversations on, in other words, how to fight physically has been on the map ever since. Whether you're using bow and arrows, swords, guns, bullets, missiles, whatever you're doing. I mean, you're talking to a Muslim, bro. So you don't need to explain that part. As you would know, jihad is part of the Quran, etc., part of Islam. What I'm saying to you is, before that part, if we don't need to, obviously we're going to use the strategies which we're talking about. So Rap Raven hasn't got a show of how can you set up bombs and bullets and blah blah blah, like they have done in America. You've got certain groups, I can't remember, it's called the coalition, the Not Effing Around Coalition, right?
Brother Issa, before you say, like, sometimes I feel we take this stuff very, very far. And what I mean by this is, we're talking about ideas that benefit black people, and I like to see that you're future thinking. But sometimes we say things that's unnecessary. And what I mean by that is this, yeah? Whenever it comes to actually starting to build something, a lot of the building comes with people who know each other. So, for example, it could be 20 people who know 20 other people, and they book something to go and do something, right? So in that capacity, there is no leaflet, there is no rules. It's just like, yeah, we're going to come together because we're working on an app, or we're working on a show, or something that benefits black people. Now, in the future, if you're talking about massive events where 3% of England are invited to come to this event, yeah, which is fair enough, right? But generally, I don't think we need to consider, because remember, black people are collectively inadequate, meaning that we're not even having that 20-person conversation before we get to
with you. Brother, I only wanted to spend like 60 seconds on that. It was just a question for me, where has the law changed? The answer, in other words, if someone's going to say yes, I put a poster or flyer and it said literally blacks only on there. Now, because no one produced any evidence, they said Africans only, and they said this, and I'm just, bruv, it was a quick thing. It wasn't something I want to discuss over and over. You know what I mean? That's not the big issue for me, because if they're not going to, I can find out.
One thing you have to understand is this, yeah? What you're saying is important. And if we look at the 4D values, one of them is discernment. So if we're making flyers, people are feeling that certain words might, upset a certain kind of people group, then they can say, okay, this event is for Afro-Caribbean, Afro-Africans, whatever terms people use to depict black people. It really is a ring around a rosy game, isn't it? It's like you're I remember what I said at the park. When it comes to mistreating black people, everyone knows who black people are. When it comes to helping black people, we don't know who they are. And what I'm saying is, this seems to be the thing. Like, it's okay for the police to have IC3 and have these things to recognize black people. But when it comes to using that term or a term to try to fix it, then all laws are being broken. I'm saying, not to worry about that, yeah?
Yes.
Let's do something, and when something happens, we'll deal with it then. But what I don't recommend is being in the now and talking in a way that stops people from doing anything. Like, I do things day to day, and with what the sister was saying, what I was saying is, the things that you say haven't been done, we do. Now,
no. Rat Raven. If I said to you, the Nation of Islam been doing it for time, the issue was not whether it's been done, as in the physical event. The only question was in relation to law, putting it on the flyer, i.e., potential problems that could arise or have arisen and could have gone left, but were controlled in a certain way. So, for instance, a group of white people wanted to come into a place. It was explained to them why they couldn't come in, and they started arguing about reverse racism. So if you've got this group of 6 people, and amongst them are saying, let's just move, and then the others saying, no, I have a right to go in this place. It's for the public. I would like to see what's going on. And then some of their own members are telling them, no, leave it. So I'm saying it could have gone left. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? You're not preaching to me about this thing when it's been what I've known about for a long time. Similarly, coming into the
I'm trying to hit and quit, brother. And how I'm trying to hit and quit is like, we'll deal with those issues if they are issues when they come. What we shouldn't do is create a boogeyman and then box him. I'm saying that most most Black Betterment issues are dead boring. Yeah, most people would, even the most dedicated Black Betterment person wouldn't want to sit for most of it. You're not going to find a slew of non-Black people want to come to anything. The only time they want to come is where there's something juicy going on, right? Yeah. Listen,
Raven.
Brother Raven, please, can I say something here?
Listen. I hold on. I do Black
Betterment
work every other day, right? Yeah. I'm in meetings all the time. Yeah. This is a platform I set up for people to jump on. Yeah. People who do this stuff are telling you what we go through in it. Yeah. Now, if you do something, yeah, and you've got, okay, I run this event, it's called Black and Juicy, and I put it out there. We invited 20 billion Black people and 20 million whites came and they smashed the building, then so be it. But I'm letting you know that it was
many. And that's what I'm saying to you. Bruv, this is what I mean. You're not listening.
Let me tackle this. Brother Issa, let me deal with this. Brother Raven, listen. If I could set up a monthly meeting in a particular venue and advertise it as an IC3 only meeting, yes, that in itself is enough. Even if 2 people turn up, just to make that statement and put it on a flyer and advertise it, blatant. What? I mean, you only need 2 people. That's enough. It's so powerful. That statement would rock. What? When the press and the media hear about that, I mean, you only need 2 people. You don't need a lot of Black people there.
But Alda,
just to make that statement.
Alda, you would know though that you would know that although it's a powerful statement, but our ancestors done the same thing in the past, brother, and fought the way through. This is what we're not understanding. You know, we're trying to, we're analyzing, that might get shut down. You're supposed to get shut down because
very good. That's right. You're right. You're right.
To be shared with African people globally.
But Kel, how are you saying we're not understanding? Hold on, Kel. Which part do you think we don't
We're
understand?
supposed to get shut down.
Okay, Kel, which part do you think we don't understand? What do you think we don't understand?
The fact is that whether you do it in a diplomatic way or not, brother, they are supposed to make noise in regards to what you're trying to do. Brother. Do you understand?
There you go.
That's right. He's right. He's correct.
Supposed to be anti-Black.
Brother Kale is correct.
They're supposed to be anti-African, brother. They're supposed to be. They understand. They understand.
Yes, Brother Kale. Let me say this, Brother Kale. And we're supposed to bring that out in them. We're supposed to bring it out.
No, but this is what Rap Raven's saying. He's agreeing with us, and I don't know why he's continuing to argue. He's saying, instead of saying Blacks only, Africans only, he's saying, say this, right? He's saying, put that. He's not said, put Blacks only. And I agree. He's talking about strategy. It's simple. Yeah, it's very simple. And what Kale's saying is 100%. Even if you put what Rap Raven's saying, if it gets big and successful, they will come, and it will come to a point where you have to do what you got to do. So it seems like we're all agreeing on the same page right here. Why they think we're different?
I just don't think we should spend too much time on
agree.
destiny.
I agree. It's the ultimate in Black Betterment. It is the ultimate in Black Betterment to make a statement.
Yeah.
It was actually like a 10-minute. It should have been a 10-minute thing and just drop it to move on to the next. Seriously.
And I remember the interesting enough, the second part of the show is actually, should Black Betterment live shows only let those who support the concept of Black Betterment speak? Now, I think at some point we all agree, but sometimes we have to make sure that we have to ask the question like, do you want Black people to progress? And Black Betterment, as it defines on this show, is Black people helping Black people on Black issues. So we tend to find most disagreements when someone interjects against that, i.e. they try to put non-Black people in the equation. And what I'm trying to say is then there is going to have to be a hierarchy of people. And what I always say to other people when I debate is like, I'm afraid that I might love Black people more than you. And I say it as a triggering thing because I then challenge the person to demonstrate that they love Black people more than me with their works. And
here's a question.
I'm trying to infect as many people as possible with Black Betterment, so everyone automatically is a African and not Afrikaans. Go ahead.
All right, simple question. Yeah, how would you? Because I asked you a question last week or the week before, and you said something that kind of shocked me, and would suggest that you don't love blacks, aka African people, as much as you claim, right? So that was my conclusion based upon your answer, and obviously you're thinking it from a different angle. So how would you measure that? So if you've forgotten, I'll remind you, right? And it was, would you marry a white woman if she had £500 million and she was willing to give you £250 million that you could put towards Black Betterment? She didn't demand any children, and you could have as many black wives as you want, right? And you said no. And I'm thinking, why would you not be? You could do with £250 million. So I'm saying, what would be your methodology of proving who loves black people more or who wants black betterment more? What would be your methodology?
I would trump that in the sense of like, I write stories, innit? Like when you're creative, you write stories, innit? So we can write any story, innit? And that is the most like supernatural, funky story you can ever hear, where there's a white woman who will jump in and goes, I've got 20 million to give to black people, but I can only get it if I'm married to you, but you can have 3 other black wives and I'll just disappear. It doesn't work that way, right? What I'm saying is, I say this, yeah, the most important thing a black man can do if he gets married is marry a black woman. That's just what it is. Now, if other people don't practice that, so be it, but they should keep quiet and just do, and I've already given the term, there should be a Black Betterment builder. Just do the occasional thing here and there, but the most important thing a black man can do is marry a black woman, yeah, if you're going to get married. That is a starting point, yeah, of any black, and every superior community knows this. Yeah, and because we're an inferior community, and remember the words, I use these words, very important, because it's only black men I ever talk to who talk about miscegenation, because we have been completely bamboozled by the branding of the white man. The white man is a superior marketer of his women. So what the white man does is he markets his women so good that the black man want him, so that we create these scenarios where we have to end up with a white woman. And I'm saying, and let us use our own marketing, yeah, and we market black women as the best looking women on the planet, but we make sure that they're the best looking woman for the black man and the black for black woman. If someone else practices something else, that's their lifestyle. That has nothing to do with the importance of Black Betterment and black love.
Here's the thing, brother Issa. I've said this many times that a lot of us are not qualified to speak on black issues. So if you have a white supremacist mindset in religion, you should not be speaking on that issues. If you have that in gender roles or gender movements, for example, feminist or chauvinistic movements, you cannot. Socialism, you cannot. Interracial relationship, cannot. Right? And the reason I'm saying this for, brother, is that moment you speak, your feelings, emotions, imagination is going to oversee the code of conduct of African First. Do you understand? And that's why these people should not be speaking on that issues. And I've said it many times.
Can you say that last bit again? The moment you speak something, say it again.
The moment the unsynchronized Africans who have a white supremacist mindset in religion, socialism, gender, or sexual orientation and behavior movements, their feelings, emotion, imagination oversees the code of conduct. Do you understand? So they should not be speaking on that issues. For example, very controversial, an African female. Now, if she practices the code of conduct before her gender, that means she can tackle the Asian woman, the Middle Eastern woman, and the European woman. But if she's all women first, then her feelings, emotion will override the code of conduct. Likewise with the man who's a chauvinistic, the same applies, which they should not be speaking on that issues, if that makes any sense.
But hold on. See, the issue, again, what you're saying seems to have not gone to any depth, because when you're saying female first, if she sees herself as a female through the lenses of pro-blackness, she will not be using lenses as the white supremacist white woman and her feminism. So, for instance, my issue with, let's say, what you might call black feminism is that they're using the history of how the white man abused the white woman as their example of how men have abused women. So the question would be, well, if she's got her issues with black men, then it must be quoted, what are her issues that she's experienced with black men and white women as a black woman? Do you see what I'm saying? So that might be her issues coming with that she needs solved. Do you understand my point?
No, brother, and I'll tell you why. There's a difference between African womanism and pro-black feminism. They're completely different things. And pro-black feminism is exactly the same as white feminism. So it's not going to work. They have the same ideology, seem to be blaming the black man and not blaming the white supremacy. Whereas African womanism, they are taught the female value.
No, you didn't. Okay, I hear what you're saying. So I would just say what you call womanism is what I'm calling black feminism. So that's why I said her, in other words, through her own culture, she is now looking at what happened to her and seeking to solve her problems with her black women and her black men and children based upon her culture. But I think you took the term when I said feminism, which let's say comes from the white supremacy system, and supplanted that. I'm not talking about that. Yeah. So if you want to put however you want to term it, I'm saying it comes from them being first rooted in their self. From that,
black feminism, brother. You cannot call that black womanism because they have a different ideology and strategy. This is why I say we cannot mix the both. We've done a talk on this on Brother Raven's show because the black womanism, brother, pertains to African traditional strategies, whereas the black pro-feminism has nothing to do with it. It emulates the European feminist movement. That's why we can put it together. Right,
brother. Listen to what I'm saying. I use that term with my own definition. You've already, in other words, say black feminism might be out there already, and it has a label that relates to something defined. So I don't mind retracting that word, and whatever it seems that what you're calling womanism, I'm calling feminism. So I will call it womanism because my whole point is it has literally nothing to do with the definitions or experience of Europeans. So it's purely the black woman's experience of the oppression from her black man, which he got from slavery and oppression, do you know what I mean? Or how we oppressed each other, and the oppression she got from supremacists, because that's what I did describe. But I called it to be.
Just to make it easier, we did a show on this, and you might be talking about different things. And family is a very big part of womanism as well, and this kind of stuff. So I think you guys might be talking about two different things.
My definition, what you would call womanism, right, Raven?
Say again, my friend.
Was my definition of what I called, let's say I mislabeled black feminism, what you would, no, I'm saying when I defined it, is it not what you would call womanism or black womanism?
No, not at all. It's a different thing.
That's what brilliant.
We've done 2 shows on it. We've done 2 entire shows on it, and we showed.
Can you just break the point, please?
Say again, my friend.
Can you just break it down with some, simple points of what it contains, what it looks like?
I don't know. I have some documentation here, friend. I don't know if I can find it, but basically, what it is at the heart of black womanism. What they're saying it is Afro-centered, and it's also based on family, and the role of family, and the nuclear family, and the village as well is a very big part of it, right? While what we have come to know as the black feminist movement, which is like a spin-off, it was like there was a feminist movement.
You were saying what? So I'm saying the definition I gave, I accept let's say the label's wrong, but I said they're rooted in their blackness, okay? In their black culture. The glasses they're using are black cultural glasses, their own experience in relation to their black man, their black children, and how white supremacy, the white woman, the white man have affected them, and they're the main enemy. So how is that different? You've just described black womanism to be more or less the same thing, no?
No, it's not, brother, because the black feminism, brother, only blames the black man, and they don't concentrate on family. Don't concentrate that you cannot be white supremacy.
brother.
Go on.
Put the term. I've said I retract the term black feminism. I said the definition that I gave of what I'm referring to. Would it not fit black womanism? So I say it again. Number one, she is rooted in her black culture, whether you call it African, however you want to term it. With those glasses, she relates her struggle to be a holistic one, yes, with her black man or black men and children. So it's not just, black women in our experience and that's it, forget everyone else. It's always holistic.
Oh, yeah,
but one of the main key things is that white supremacy, as it were, was the main interrupter, and that that force is the main problem that continues. So in other words, with her black man, it is because of white supremacy. With the problems with her black children, so to speak, it's also white supremacy. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So that is, we can say that is a womanism. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. But I agree 100% what Kaylee's saying, and I think I've heard the term or seen it somewhere. I would just give my own definition. How do we even get onto that?
I don't know. We keep hip hopping, but why is it?
Kale said, Kale was saying about people who should speak and who should not speak.
Yeah,
that's right. I've spoken about this to Brother Raven many times. It's going to be very difficult for those individuals. Here's the thing: something I learned when I was younger by the elders of the Pan-Africanists. They said that there's three groups of people you have to be very careful of. The first thing they said is the religious people. They all have a white supremacist mindset. Every last one of them. Right? The second is the non-African people. They all practice unethical code of conduct on African people. They cannot help but to refrain from doing that, and they do in all different ways. And the third is the unsynchronized Africans. These three groups cannot speak on that issues. They cannot.
So religious people. What was the second one?
The non-African people.
Okay, and the third, unsynchronized. How would you define that, though?
So, for example, unsynchronization is a term of if you are not synchronized to the fact of your reality, that you have to have self-determination, that you are one family, right? And you have to connect your struggle to a continent that benefits and has resources to help your liberation. Do you understand? If you don't believe in those things, you cannot be synchronized in order to get your freedom out of this fishbowl called white supremacy, if that makes sense.
It's just, I'm saying that's very broad. That whole thing there is very broad. But one of the things I wanted to say, if somebody is, when you say religious, this was, as soon as you said that, I thought, hold on. So if somebody is really in their voodoo practicing system, that they're trying to make that thoroughly holistic, how would that be anti-African?
Okay, so when I look at, for example, our African traditional religions, right, they were used, brother, not only to practice a connection to the Creator, but also to liberate our people. Do you understand? Now, when it comes to the Abrahamic faiths and that, when you understand and then you read upon them, all those prophets, right, they use the religion to liberate their people, every last one of them. Do you understand? Right? Now, when it comes to black people of today, right, is that they'll use the religion to slow and put black people to sleep and help non-African people who already have from us, who are worshipping the God that they claim to be worshipping, and still benefiting their people, if that makes any sense.
What, voodoo? So you're saying if somebody's practicing voodoo from a totally black, so-called African perspective, you're saying that's still anti-African?
No, I never said that, bro. If you listen to what I was saying,
I asked about voodoo. That was it. Then you went on to Abrahamic and so on. What's your answer to the voodoo question?
Brother. I mean, notice you asked me about religious people. So I said, if your religion is used for white supremacist mindset, you cannot speak on our issues. That's what I was referring to, right?
No, because I'm saying you said that they warned you about three groups, and the first one was religious people.
That's
and
right.
So I'm saying who make, let's say, voodoo, because obviously voodoo as we know it.
Brother Issa, all due respect here, if you listen to what I said, beloved, I said the religious people who have white supremacist mindset in the religion. Do you understand? Because There's nothing wrong with you having your religion. If you want to be in whatever religion you want, but if your religion is used, brother, right, to put us away from our liberation, then they can't speak on that issues. You understand?
No. The clarification now, but I'm saying the first time when you said it, you said that if people that are religious, they are white supremacists. So you equated the two. But now you're that's what he said.
Right.
That's exactly
what you said.
So okay. So as I said, the religious people, brother, right? If they have a white supremacist mindset, they cannot
totally agree with you.
Issue, right?
I totally, brother. I agree with you. And one of the things is, okay. Let me just say what you said and how it was understood, and then back, and then I'll go on. So I'm saying what you said first was the religious people, because religion has this white supremacist mindset to it, and therefore, as soon as you said it, I thought, well, in that time, it's 100%, because they didn't want to, even in my lifetime, never mind 60s and before, in my lifetime, to get black people to take down the white picture of Jesus. All my days, certain aunties, certain elders, you're quick when telling them Jesus is black, the fight you get, and do you know what I mean? So, and growing up hearing certain women, I'll never forget, who used to take pride in their white Jesus in church, talking about the dirty head rasta and the all of this, the nasty.
Yeah.
And I'm just thinking, so the only people that ever told me that the Messiah is black, that we need to, what was it they used to, roots and culture, all the time. Every Rasta that I knew then, they changed now, but I'm saying back then when I was young, the people that brought that to me was the Rasta man.
Yeah.
The people that is in it were blacks that were going to church.
Right.
Do you get what I'm saying? So it's kind of thing where, you know, Rasta for me represented the spiritual system that kept me rooted. Do you know what I mean? To my black self. I'm just thinking, if that wasn't there, then what? Do you see what I'm saying, bro?
When you understand the Rastafarian, brother, you got to understand they have a Pan-Africanist mindset, brother. You see, you can have a Pan-Africanist mindset and be in those religions and liberate your people, but our people, brother, they remove their race first, brother, and practice European first, Asian first. East first.
Example.
Yeah. Can I say?
So saying that those go on, Elder.
I'll repeat it again.
Referring to Rastafarianism, it started off as a race, you know, race first. But the modern day Rastafarianism is kind of it's lost that it's not black. It's not black. It's not perceived as a black thing now.
Yeah. What I was saying is, brother, is that you know, as what Brother Raven said underneath, right, is that if you don't have a synchronized mindset of practicing your race first, right, then unfortunately you're not qualified to speak on our issues, to run organization, things like that. We have to be very disciplined, and we have to remove the ego. If you're doing unsynchronized things, right, we as a people, we have to say to ourselves, okay, I'm not following the code of conduct, so it's time for me to step down. Do you understand? A lot of leaders, they don't do that, brother. Do you understand? Or they feel like, okay, I can use religion and swing it that way. And so, no, you're not qualified. And that's what I was saying many times. We have to be honest with ourselves. Do not speak on our issues if you're in an interracial relationship, if you have a white supremacist mindset in religion, socialism, gender movements, sexual orientation behavior. Be respectful.
Thank you, Brother Kel.
Listen,
Brother Isa, what I'm saying is, we have to recognize patterns, right? And we set up protocols to get away from patterns. So what that might mean is, like in some religions, they say prevention over cure and this kind of stuff, right? And from a Black Betterment standpoint, we understand the value of this, right? So, for example, if we look at the screen at the moment, these are every one of the black politicians that I could find, and every single one of them has a European wife, right? So already something is happening, isn't it? Right? Something is happening. Yeah. Now, when we look at this, was something I realized there was a campaign to get black people to get COVID jabbed, and they use these black people to speak to the people. Once again, all these black people had European non-black wives, partners. This is include women, right? And then the American court, they're putting someone in, they make a hullabaloo. All the people put up all had European husbands, right? So there's a pattern, right? there's a pattern that's coming up. Also, when we look at things like in Australia, the woman on the right is a black Aboriginal model, and the woman on the left is a white Aboriginal person, meaning she says her great-great-granddad, she believes, was Aboriginal, something like this. The one on the left is the one getting all the benefits, as in there's benefits they give to indigenous people. She gets it, while the one on the right couldn't get it, right? And there's many, we watch documentaries on this and shows, and this, so what I'm saying is we need to have a very strong stance against, against certain practices, right? Now, what it is, it's like, do what you're doing. We have titles for that. So, for example, if you are a black person who's married to a non-black person, so be it. If you ever want to practice Black Betterment, the most you can be is a Black Betterment builder, meaning you do dedicated works for black people, and we recognize as such. But we can never call you a black betterer, and we most certainly can never call you a black custodian. Now, what is a black custodian? Let's break it down. All right, let's break it down. Yeah. So basically, we're saying we want only a certain type of people to speak for black people. We're saying the custodians almost like, karate, right? When you go to karate, you get a white belt, you get a blue belt, you get a red belt, and you get a black belt, right? We're saying that we only want the black belt custodians to speak. So in order to be a custodian, the first thing you have to do is openly confess to black people of the world you want to be a custodian, and you agree to the code of custodians. Now, in that code of custodians, we're forming it now at the show, right? But there's a whole list of things, and if you're getting married, being married to a black woman is part of that process, right? Then it goes on to be a yellow star, right? You join the institution that's dedicated to Black Betterment, right? And also you consistently fund a Black Betterment organization. And then we have the brown belt. The brown belt is within the institution or a collective idea, you demonstrate great leadership, meaning that when you're in an institution, you demonstrate that you're actually quite efficient and you move through the ranks. Now, if you do that a lot, you can become a black star, or if you collectively, if you have created or led within an institution or idea that is actively dedicated to Black Betterment. And there should be a space. That's mad.
The marriage. The reason why I continuously talk about the interracial relationship thing is because, number one, Sheikh Anta Diop, okay, who is his book African Origin of Civilization and Civilization of Barbarism and Cultural Black Unity of Black Africa, specifically the first two, and I would say the first one, which I went through so much, they had massive influences on me. And I didn't find out that his wife was white until I think YouTube, but I had it again over 20 years ago, right? When it really, I used to use that book all the time to prove that ancient Egyptians were black.
Right.
So I'm saying he's a leader in this thing. And he had a white wife, and he's got a mixed race daughter that's talking on YouTube. So when you're saying this, Rap Raven,
yes,
it kind of is against yourself and against the black movement. Because
hold on, this is important. This is important. So we have to have a back and forth. Because we all
good.
So
yes,
according to this, Brother Diop, Anta Diop, very, very important brother. He's a Black Betterment builder, according to this. And one of the greatest. He's one of the greatest black builders. One of the greatest.
What star? What star did he get? Yellow star? Or...
No, he won't be allowed. He's not allowed to be a custodian. He couldn't be a custodian.
Oh, right. So he only gets a brown star, correct?
No, he doesn't get any star. He's not allowed to even enter.
Whoa. Okay.
I see. I see you wicked. Hold on. What's a custodian? What's a custodian again, please? Rap.
Let's break it down. So let's look at the database. Hold on. Give me 70.
Sheikh Anta Diop doesn't make it.
No,
he's not qualified.
Doesn't. So let's break it down. So the black custodian is a designation, right? The action of choosing someone to hold the office or post. A black person chosen by black bearers to publicly represent the collective best interests of black people, right? So this is part of the black code. We have to unpack this, but black love, black economics, black defense, black health, black ownership, black centeredness, black collectiveness, black enterprise, black politeness, and black constructiveness, right? But then when we look at the what is it we're looking for? We're looking for the belt system now, aren't we? Right?
Yeah, you're looking for the star system. That's right. Yeah, put that
Unfortunately,
up.
part of the code. Black love is part of the code. So if he does, because remember, marriage is a business. Yeah, marriage is a huge business. Especially, for example, you know Fubu. Yeah, look at Fubu. Fubu is a brand that's for us, by us, right? Now, when we see the black man, we think, you know what? Let us get all the black people to only buy his trainers. But unfortunately, what happens, as we see, the black man today who's in his 50s and 60s and is slightly getting unhealthy tends to always marry a blonde 20-year-old woman, right? Meaning that when he dies, all the money that we've tried to pour into Fubu is going to go to his white wife. Just like Michael Jordan. All everyone's going to buy his trainers. It's all going to go to his blonde wife. Just like Eddie Murphy. Right. Yeah. This is a strategy because remember, black people are collectively inadequate. It's so important to understand that. You got to understand that. This is now to the world. Whenever you get a black man consistently talking about miscegenation, it's because they are married to a non-black woman. Now, let me give you an example. You see me, brother. Let's hold on. You can jump in. If I was, let's pretend I was a polygynist, right? And I had 4 white wives. 4, yeah. What I would do is I would keep quiet. When black people are speaking about Black Betterment, I'll keep quiet. I'll give money. Right. Yeah, I would give money. I would maybe do 1 or 2 things, but I would never be a public face. Yeah, because it undermines black progress. That's for me to come on stage, do a speech about black unity, and I have 4 blonde wives behind me. It makes absolutely no sense. Now, what I'm saying is, look at this here, brother. Look at this. Look at the screen. I need you to look. Yeah, because remember,
bro, let me read it. Let me read it out.
Inadequate. We're collectively inadequate. These
hold on. Right.
These
hold on.
You
said it's about Rob. Come on.
There we go.
Come on, bro. Come on. All right. Listen. This is the problem. When you've made these decisions, you clearly haven't thought some of them through properly. As genius,
I really have. I have.
All right, let's see. Let's test because it. You've made a statement in relation to that money is going to be filtered down. The people you're quoting, notice how he couldn't reference anyone like Sheikh Anta Diop. He references who? Jordan, Michael Jordan, and other people who are what? Thoroughly indoctrinated by the white supremacy system and promoters of it. My point. Hold on, brother.
Go on, brother.
One sec. My point was people like Sheikh Anta Diop, who is a flipping genius, a custodian, a founder, and one of the masters of everything you're talking about. So therefore, I'm saying, let's say his time period was different, but let's say in this time period, if you're going to have a white wife, or if you happen to have a white wife and your genius turns from white supremacist or semi-white supremacist, semi-pro-black to fully pro-black, then you can write in the contract that everything I leave is not going to go to my white wife. It's going to go to whatever pro-black stuff I'm doing. It's very simple. That problem is solved. But I do agree with the imagery part. I do agree you shouldn't be up there if you're pro-black with your white wife. Keep her in the background, and people, they find out about her in the background. You never have no public.
Hold on, guys. On the screen is your title. The best you can be is a Black Betterment builder. I think this thing is the most merciful thing of all time. You have a why do you want? Why? Listen, you remind me of. Hold on, let me finish.
Yeah, are you a custodian?
Say again?
Are you a custodian of the level of custodian?
Not yet. No, not yet. Because the community has to push before I can push myself forward.
You are?
Right. There's no custodians yet.
There's no custodians yet. You are now joining the building of ideas, right? And in the building of ideas, you can have influence. But what I would say this year, it's been tried and tested that constructive black man with constructive black woman is the be-all end-all of all forms of political science and branding. There can be nothing else. There can be nothing else, right? It will always work against black people because we're collectively inadequate and also in a collectively inferior position. But just to make it sound more sexy and juicy, black people are inferior. I have to say it because whenever I get on a panel and black men are fighting to find ways to marry white women, I know we're inferior. I know it.
It's true.
Right, I'm glad you. Which is why I'll push the buttons for you to be open and speak without, using kind language. Are you suggesting that I'm for ways to marry a white woman or whatever. Is that what you're suggesting?
Bro, I don't know what you are, but I'm saying I'm answering the questions you're giving me, aren't I? Right? And
Bro, you just gave. Hold on, stop. You spoke about now situation. Is that me in your speech just now?
No, so brother. No matter where I go, yeah, I'm always going to come across people who try to get us off the.
Other times for the future. I'm talking about what you just said now. So it's against Isa the Great, yes. That Isa is somehow fighting to find ways and means. Yes.
Well, by definition, yes, of course, because you've given the examples, haven't you? I don't know about. Remember, I don't know your personal view. All I can do is answer your questions, bro. Make it clear.
Hold on. This is the problem, and again, another problem with you is that you need to be able to understand when someone is making arguments for someone else. I don't have to believe them. I don't have to be in the situation. I can relate to my other black brothers who are, half whatever they're trying to be and having problems getting out of it. That doesn't mean it's my thing. I can argue on their behalf.
Wait, just so we can be clear, who said this is your thing? Just so I can be clear, who said that?
What did you just say? Repeat what you said. And that's why I asked you 3-4 times, are you referring to me?
Bro, whatever question you ask me, I shall answer it, right? I don't know what you feel, because we can play European advocate all day long, right? So I will know. What I'm saying is I see a pattern in the questions, right? So I go back to the default response that I've had for many years. And what it is when I come here, there's very few things that has proven to be necessary for a black person to not put black marriage, constructive black man with constructive black woman at the center of every single holistic change. So there can be no, and what I'm saying is we're so collectively inadequate that if we even let 1%, like, you know what, here's how a man can get around it. And then if he's been hypnotized by Coca-Cola and he ends up marrying a European or Asian, whatever, so be it. No. Because what happens is if we give you 1 inch, if we give anyone 1 inch, here's the outcome. I'll show you, brother. Let me show you. That's the outcome. If you give them 1 inch, this is what they do. It's consistent because black people are collectively inadequate. So what happens is I talked about prevention over cure, didn't I, brother? And
but brother, you don't have any cure, and you haven't even analyzed the problem, the disease. You got no symptoms. You got no medication to deal with it. Show me a pro-black man, because I gave Sheikh Anta Diop, right? One of the masters of Pan-African ideology as you find it today.
Yeah, but, brother Isa, all due respect to you, beloved, right? You see, in political science, brother, as what we're trying to do, Sheikh Anta Diop would never, ever, ever be a representation when it comes to our liberation. Because Brother Raven's made it clear, brother, the moment you go out of your race, brother, unfortunately, you've gone against Pan-Africanism, Garveyism. It's one of them things. It's almost as if like you tainted, right, the movement. Go on.
So I'm so glad. I love speaking to you, my brother. Thank you very much for what you said. What I'm saying to you is, every time Rap Raven makes the point and someone else, they always relate it to economics and marriage as a business, which is exactly how I see it. The only reason I'm mentioning this is because I know so many of our young black men who are potential geniuses have mixed-race children. Now, I agree that you're not married to them. All I'm saying is, when you that down, it's kind of, let me give you an example. If a man was a drug dealer, right, and he was doing certain things in the street, maybe even killed people, he can go to prison, flip his life over, come out and be one of the best you can be. Correct? Yes or no, Kel?
Right.
If a woman was a prostitute, she was on crack and so on, can she come up and be a big representative for the sisters?
And she flipped her life around and done what the drug dealer did.
Yeah, she flipped. She's now, her life 100% flipped round. Could she come up there and be the same representative for the women?
And she has Pan-Africanist Garvey's mindset.
Yes, she flipped. She went to prison, whatever it is.
She could. Yeah, most definitely she could. Yeah.
And she's going to be accepted that way, yeah?
Yeah, as long as she marries a black man who's synchronized and etc., then yeah, most definitely, yeah.
No. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm not asking what you would personally. I'm saying in the community as a representative, would she be successful in doing that? For instance, it's common amongst us, probably majorly because of Malcolm X, right? For us to accept that have done these things, prison, awakened, boom, he's gone forward. He's the best that can be. Yes.
Right.
Do you see what I'm saying is, because we're kind of, the point I'm making is we're kind of desperate, right? And I'm trying to say, if we don't have to close that door to certain people, don't close it. I understand the economic thing.
All due respect to you, brother. Brother Raven's not shutting them down. What he's saying is you cannot be in that role. Here's the thing, brother. I was having a conversation last week, in fact, with some Pan-Africanist elders, and there's going to be a new thing that's going to come out now, and this is going to be very controversial. There's a thing of, if you have dated out your race, right, should the black woman or the black man who hasn't marry those types of individuals? Because this is what's coming soon. I know, because I'm part of that community stuff, right? Now, it may sound controversial, brother, but some of us, brother, do not want to be in that type of experience that you've gone out of your race. But that doesn't mean, brother, that they've gone out of their race. They cannot, like, for example, educate our people, etc. But it does mean, brother, that you cannot be with those who haven't. I think that's
okay.
Now,
hold on, brother. One second. Used to be. Do you agree? Have you ever been part of the Nation of Islam or had their thought system for a while, a year or so?
I've never been part of the Nation of Islam, but when I understand the history of it, brother, when you understand Elijah Muhammad, he was. I'm just asking, have you held on to their belief system for a while in your growth, in your journey? Have you ever held on to that? No, because I've been raised in Pan-Africanism, brother. But the Nation of Islam get their ideologies from Pan-Africanism. That's how I was going to explain it to you.
That's fine.
Go on.
I just want to say this because I've been there and had extreme. You see, like what you just said. The reason I'm mentioning this, when you said what you said, I used to be a cut-off person, very quick. You're with a woman, you're done. You've done this, you're done. Been a prostitute, all these kind of shut off. I used to be quite, I would say, intellectually extreme, and narrowed myself down as though I'm kind of perfect in a sense. Yeah, I used to obviously roll with the concept white man's the devil, white people devils, etc., etc. So all I'm saying is, in relation to what you're saying, and it's an interesting thing, but when it comes to hierarchy, that's gonna be a big problem, and it's serving to cause more arguments because we have hierarchy.
Hold on, brother, because what it is sometimes we forget something, right? Here's what we're forgetting. You're joining a platform that is a new platform, right? That we are forming the rules now. So these rules come from studying things that didn't work in the past, right? In this rule set we're pushing, it's a concept as a lifestyle known as Black Betterment, yeah? So currently, you might be a person who did drugs, married to whatever it is, and you clean yourself up, right? If you clean yourself up and you have a Black Betterment mindset and you learn from your past, then then the world's your oyster in the Black Betterment where you can be what you want, right? Yeah. However, there's still some legacy rules, yeah, that if you are married, because marriage is a business, hold on, family. If you are married and you're not married to a person within the community, then there's certain titles we can't give you for branding purposes. Yeah. This is a political science, bro. This is just like it's marketing and psychology. It's like it isn't about our personal feelings. Yeah, it literally is.
Okay.
It's like, and what I've understood is I understand that I don't see this from black women. I only see it from black men. I'm not saying you. I'm just talking about as a concept, right? The constant fight for miscegenation. And I'm saying if you want to practice miscegenation, go ahead. But what we're saying miscegenation is where you marry outside to a different community, right? That's fine. Yes, bro.
Oh, I thought.
Bro, I just want, brother Isa. All due respect to you, right? There's a difference between understanding political science without using emotion. Do you understand? Now, the Elijah Muhammad, right? When he said that the Europeans is an entity of the devil and stuff, that was a political strategic move to prevent black people from spending in their industry and things like that. So, although you went through that path, brother, is that why I always say that we have to study African political science, right? Is that keeping away from non-African people should not be based upon emotion. It should be based upon strategies
Yes.
In that way, not emotion, imagination, or feelings like what a lot of us do. I've been raised on Pan-Africanism, but I've never harmed any form of non-African person before in my life. I've never done nothing like that. What I understand is you need certain codes of conduct and strategies to prevent our dopamines, which we have for non-African people, which makes us want to be devoted to them, give all of our wealth, give all of our black semen, our black ovary eggs, to build up the white supremacy establishment. So these are the strategic strategies, brother, that is based upon no emotional response, if that makes any sense.
I agree with you 100%. And as a political thing, I agree. I was just, because maybe I was speaking to something that he may not be saying, because the custodian thing, you know, when he says it, something comes to my mind when you use that word. And the fact that he's not a custodian himself is like something he wants to put together in the future, maybe, etc. I'm just saying, when you have someone like Sheikh Anta Diop, being that person that wrote that, and I'm saying, if you know, I kind of agree it's going to be very difficult for somebody to be pro-black and then marry a white woman. But if you've got that journey where whatever it was, they spent their life, let's say, as a Sheikh Anta Diop kind of nerd, and, you know, they're in the same classroom, they're interested in the same subject, they end up, you know, whatever it is, falling in love, whatever. I mean, I don't think that love is the basis for marriage anyway. But I'm saying, if that happens and they've got kids and so on, should they, I'm saying whatever position they have, but there should be rules. So for me, I would say, if you are qualified to be a leader, let's say, because you will have no imagery of you and this woman on this platform, or public imagery that you put out yourself. Do you see what I'm saying? So, in other words, you're not going to stand.
Oh no, brother. Let me jump in. Prevention of a cure. Hold on, brother. Prevention of a cure. From a Black Betterment standpoint, if you are married to a thingy, you will not be a black custodian, and the most you can be given is a Black Betterment builder, which is an amazing thing. It's almost like, you know, you're a white belt in karate. It's really good, but you will not be able to regardless of how much you can kick up and punch, you will not be a black belt karate guy. But what I'm saying is, the sister's asking can we move on? Should Black Betterment live shows only let those who support the concept of Black Betterment speak? Now, this is something that we want to talk about, because like I said, we do want to, you know, we want to expand and bring people in, but at a certain point, like I said, should it be easy to talk to black people? Should it make sense to be black focused? Now, should we spend so long on ways to marry non-black people, ways to integrate non-black people, or should we just try to have people speaking who understand the concept of black people? I mean, we start the show with it. Let's go back there again. Black people helping black people on black issues for betterment. Yeah.
If we say yeah, because that's the default position, and I think that's why not much time is spent on that. But if you're saying, well, you know, let's discuss how we can bring it back, because that's what I'm doing. My discussion is how to deal with the problem and bring it back. So, for instance, it's become a norm and totally acceptable to marry out. No, yeah, and you've given the example. Pardon?
Not according to Black Betterment, it's not.
Oh, bro, I'm talking about in the society there. That's
hold on. Remember, we started the show by saying, unfortunately, let's go back there. After much research, I've unfortunately concluded that currently black people are collectively inadequate. So, regardless of what they're doing, when we're forming a small a group that's gonna get bigger and fix it, we can't worry on the unsynchronized behaviors of them. We have to understand, like, and this is another thing, you have to understand as well. We're using concepts that's known as, where's this fantastic chart? Give me 70 seconds, right? Here we go. High principled, right? Yeah, high principled, error prone. We have to be high principled in our behavior patterns, and we have to swear away from error prone, right? So that's why we push it forward. Now, we cannot try to start. Oh, there's another thing you need to, a very important word as well, the concept of benchmark free branding. Many black people, unfortunately, they rebrand the benchmark. So the benchmark might be constructive black man with constructive black woman is the ultimate goal. But because they practice miscegenation and they really like non-black women so much, they will then try, well, what if the non-black woman has a black accent, or what if she spent 10 of her years of her life in the continent of Africa like, that's all good and cushy for her. However, we're not going to benchmark rebrand because we're collectively inadequate, and that's what we do as a people. Remember, if you give black men 1 inch, let's see what happens to the black men. Let's see what happens to them. Let's see, bam! That's what happens because black people are collectively inadequate. You see, and once you accept that truth, the truth
showing. I mean, we already know that these people are going to be with them because
not these people. No. Remember, because the way we're talking now, we might get someone else who is, who speaks about Black history in ancient Egypt, and they do the same thing. Yeah. We have to have a benchmark. The benchmark is if you're getting married, you marry a black woman. If you're living in a house, you live with a black woman. If you're having children, you play with a black woman. Yeah. Now I understand in the past things might happen.
Yeah, I you know what it is. To be honest, in relation to it being the blueprint, for instance, I actually agree with you 100%. So I'm just putting forth an alternative for geniuses who can make a difference, who in a situation. But you know what? I think there's probably enough awakened geniuses who can do it, who are married to black women. So yeah.
Brother, remember, I tried to be very inclusive with my thing. We have a title for them. Black Betterment Builders.
No. Brother, you're not getting my... no, what it was is, remember, I'm dealing with the points that you raise. I ask you a question first and then come back at you with your answer. And then you expand it onto other things. So you said about the resources of Michael Jordan and others going to his white wife. So then the easy response to that is, well, if they write down that none of my money will go, my inheritance will go to any of the white side, which then collapses what you're saying if you use the economic thing. But then if you use the imagery thing, then do you see what I'm saying? I'm just saying if they're already in it, if they've already married them and their kids are like 18 and 20 and whatever else, like do they just throw them away and divorce? Then you're coming with the...
No one's saying anything about kids. We're talking about wives. Kids are different.
Yeah, I'm saying... No. I'm saying they're married and... So I'm saying, brother, even the wives, I'm saying, because if you just got a wife who's white, you can, and you ain't got no kids, you can divorce her once you become conscious, isn't it? Yeah, it's not so easy when you've got 5 kids with her. Do you see the point?
It's like this year. Unfortunately, some of our greatest guys murdered people, went to jail for life, and in jail discovered the truth about Black Betterment, Pan-Africanism, right? But unfortunately, they have to do their time for the murder. That can also be the same with certain kind of marriages and stuff. If you're committed to something else, then you cannot get the title of a Black Betterer. Okay, that's what it is. But we can't bend the rules for those.
Totally agree. So this is what I like that you're making it plain. You're basically saying they've committed an act, whether they knew it was right or wrong, and it becomes like a Black Betterment criminal offense, and it's a lifetime criminal offense.
No, it's not a lifetime criminal offense, brother. We're saying that if you want the title of a Black Betterer, if you're married to a woman who's classified as black.
Oh, well then you did right. So the last scenario I gave you was that if it's only a wife, he can divorce her and marry a black woman.
Yeah. Okay. I'm not forcing other there to leave their wives. I'm saying that we have a title that represents a certain behavioral pattern. It's just like this, yeah. You know, vegan.
Oh my! You're not listening to. Answer the question. You keep going left or right. I'm just saying to you.
Brother Issa, you were actually literally the definition of left and right. I'm saying.
No, Raven. Hold on. I put to you with the kids. You said you're not talking about kids. So I said, all right then, just the wife. Because I said the wife and kids. And then you said to me, no, you're not talking about kids. So I said, all right then, he just got a white wife and divorces her after he becomes black conscious. And then you still went on with, well, he can only be black builder. And then I thought, okay, you're saying that. So then it's a criminal history. Because in other words, he's the...
No, I'm saying, let me be clear, because I think everyone
just give him a code. What belt is he? Simple.
Hold on.
One at a time.
Oh, my phone battery.
If a man is married to a non-black woman, he cannot be called a black bearer. If he's not married to, regardless of who he married in the past, he could be a black bearer, right? I'm saying once you are a black bearer, if you're married, you cannot be married. You must be married to a black woman. I mean, it's just the basics, really. Yeah,
bruv.
If not,
custodian.
This one.
I said custodian. Why do you keep saying betterer? Who the hell? I didn't say that.
No. Oh, these are the facts. You cannot You can. I'll tell you something. If you can be a, hold on, listen,
right?
Hold on.
Confusion.
Let me speak. Right?
That's
No
what
confusion. Hold on.
Into the word,
brother. When you talk, it jumps. So we have to talk at one time, right? Very simple. If you are going to be a black custodian according to Black Betterment lifestyle, yeah, you cannot be married to a non-black person. You just cannot. Yeah, there is no custodians that can represent publicly black issues. No, sir.
Is divorced their white woman, they're now married to a black woman.
Yeah, they can.
Can they be?
Yeah, they can. Yeah, they can.
All right. But in the future, I think the brother was saying that there's a talk about if you have been married to someone who's not, then that is a criminal record against. Right?
When the community has that conversation, we have that conversation. But right now, because we are going from the past representations that we understand that brothers like Malcolm X and brothers like Martin Luther King and that at one point they were heavily conditioned by things that wasn't in their best interest, and they were allowed to turn and reverse the damage they've done. Right. So because of that, there is a mercy that is granted to people who are ignorant of certain kind of things. All right. And we all have challenges. But we're saying that there is a benchmark that everyone can reach. Now, remember, I'm talking about marriage. The reason why I'm talking about marriage is because marriage is a law-abiding thing, meaning that when you pass, whatever, your wife gets half your assets, so your husband half your assets, right? So if we're trying to have a holistic condition where we get black people to circle of the wealth, we come together to inherit things. Once there's someone who's not black who can inherit that, it becomes hard to manage. Yeah, so if we say we've invented this kind of entity and we always want to be black owned, once you marry a non-black person and you die, that black entity can be owned by a non-black person. You see, this is problematic. Yeah, and I've seen even with like what's it called, the Soul Train, like it was owned by the brother, I forgot his name, Cornelius, but he married a European lady when he was sick. When he was well and young, he married a black woman, but when he got old and sickly, he ended up with a European woman, blonde hair and all the rest of it. And what happened? Now she's trying to get money. This kind of thing, right? Trying to get the copyright ownership of the Soul Train. But it's like, can you see what I'm saying? There's a pattern here, brother. We're collectively inadequate, so we have to. We cannot benchmark rebrand, innit? Yeah. We shouldn't 100%. Be spending this long talking about ways to marry non-black women. We should be talking about ways to marry black women.
Rap Raven. Listen to what I'm saying. You're the one making it long. I asked you a simple question about custodian. You responded 3 times betterer, right? So you got to blame yourself. When simple questions are asked, somehow you'll have responded to something that wasn't asked. So
listen,
it was
let the world know this year. I want the women in the world, the black women in the world, the black men to know, that every time you see me in these places, I'm dedicated the constructive black man with constructive black woman when it comes to the process of marriage. Yeah. And trying to find a way to make that work in every single capacity I push. Now, I understand that other people don't practice that. That's their prerogative. Out of kindness and necessity, I've made places for them in this lifestyle, the Black Betterment Builder. That's for you. Yeah, if you wish to practice lifestyle, that is what you'll be known as. But the Black Betterer title is reserved for those who end up marrying the black woman or the black man. If we don't do this, we're finished. We're finished.
Yeah, that's 100%. That's 100%.
I'm saying, and what I'm saying is, the things I write down, I don't write them down because I like writing. There's much research I've put down, much experience I've put down. Yeah. And it's a shame that someone like me has to come out and write this stuff down, because it would be nice if this way of thinking was the norm. But I've recognized that black people are collectively inadequate. We can't do things to undermine progress.
You say that, but you have to remember that people don't know the law. And it's only becoming, I would say, this manosphere movement is really what's bringing to the forefront the understanding of what happens in divorce and marriage and what it really means. Because a lot of people probably didn't know what they were getting themselves into, whether the man or the woman, when they were getting married. So what you're saying, you know what I mean? There's a lot of people who, you know, they think marriage is about, oh, we're falling in love and da-da-da. But as you said, it's a business. And it really is about economics and legacy. So, yeah, 100%. It needs to be put as marriage, what marriage is itself. Because obviously, I would say in the Asian community in particular, they understand that very much. Because obviously they're strategic when it comes to who they're getting people to marry. and this is something we must do, and exactly what you're saying. Do you know what I mean? We want to.
What I'm saying is, what happens when Asian people bring a black man in the family? They kick him out because they understand he's going to ruin the Asian economics. Yeah. One thing is, I know these words I use are very strong, and some people can't sleep at night. But I have to use these examples of black people being collectively inadequate, and say that the Asian community are superior-minded when it comes to betterment. We have to use these words that make people feel a bit of a way. Because if we don't, kumbayarism takes place. And next thing you know, there's 20 black leaders with 20 black wives and no resources, no assets. You see? So we have to have strong, dedicated, firm words. You see?
Yeah.
So that's what everything I do is based on that. Is it based upon emotion or
but
it's political science, brother.
But have they got to go through Islam to get there?
Say it again.
Like, I'm saying, from where our people are now, have they got to go through the Nation of Islam to get what you're talking about?
Well, what I'm saying is, I'm a big fan of Nation of Islam, and any community that is black first, be one, and puts that at the center of their movement, I support. As long as they're not destructive and they're high principled, I have to support. So
listen to what I said. Have they got right? So, for instance, the stepping stones from where the majority of our people are, let's say in England, to where what you're saying. Have you got the stepping stones from there to there, or you're only dealing with the people that are already there?
No. So for me, right now we are in the process, and I'm in the process of writing this out. So what you're seeing is weeks and weeks and months of works and dealing with issues and coming with rebuttals and documentation of ways of living that's better. But in the meantime, if people are struggling, following a Pan-African lifestyle or a Nation of Islam lifestyle is what I strongly recommend. You see?
Yeah.
Right? Having people who are high principled and also led by these concepts. Because what tends to happen is you might get a person who's say a Pan-Africanist or maybe a Nation of Islam, like a young person, whatever. But if they're not high principled, then people will use the negative mistakes they make to tarnish the entire collective. You see what I'm saying? That's why being high principled is important. That's why I say constructive black man with constructive black woman. Because if I said black man and black woman, they go, well, what if the black man's on drugs? What if the black woman like to kill people? So no. Constructive black man with constructive black woman, you see? I have an answer to all the questions, you see? Because remember, when we're talking to black people, they want to sink the ship. They want to. Yeah?
No.
So you have to talk in a way that, they want to sink the ship.
You've got this. This is the thing. You do this a lot, and you try to spin it around with a victim type of thing, sinking ship. It's not that. It's a matter of testing. Has this thing really got what it claims to be? And it's for it to happen. Yeah. So if somebody comes across something and they're like, yeah, man, this is the thing. You got to ask questions and test whether it really is what it claims to be on the tin, the label.
Yeah,
you get what I'm saying?
Now, brother, remember, we're all part of this progress, right? But I need to put some things in parameters. Black Betterment is a lifestyle. It's a lifestyle. Yeah?
It's a lifestyle.
It's a lifestyle that has it's a lifestyle that has this at its principle. Black people helping black people on black issues. Now, to make it digest more easier, I've given more symbolisms. Let's go back to it. You see here? Let's break it down. Person, religion, lifestyle. It's possible for a person to have a religion and practice a lifestyle. You see? The analogy is the person is a phone. The religion is an operating system. The lifestyle is an application on the operating system. So you could be a Muslim, you could be a Jew, you could be a Hindu, you could be a Buddhist, and still practice Black Betterment. You see?
Yeah.
You see?
What is? Yeah, I would say culture. So like culture, yeah.
Yeah, there you go. And what I'm saying is this lifestyle, and the way to make it easier is that's why I use veganism as an example, innit? Because you can be a Buddhist and a vegan. You could be a Christian and a vegan. You see? Because you practice your Christian life way of operating, whatever, but you still don't eat meat.
I mean, there is a problem because there are some systems, and if you were to practice Black Betterment, you would actually be going against what they're about.
No, once again, we have to be Afro-centered. We cannot focus. Like I said, I'm okay with some people being lost because of choices that are made for them. You understand that?
Yeah.
I'm okay with that because once again, if we were to focus on those who wasn't, then we'll never get to those who was. So it's like, unfortunate to them. You see what I'm saying? This is how life is.
I hear you. All my thing is just that I've been dealing with the people who are coming from the perspective. So for instance, I think it was last week or the week before where we spoke about black men that literally say, and this was, I remember the first time I heard it in my teens, I just couldn't believe it. And he said he doesn't find black women attractive and he's darker than me. And I'm thinking, rah, like, you know, and I'm saying that mindset, how does that happen? And how can they be helped to come across? Now, he doesn't have that mindset anymore from what I know, but I'm dealing with where they are to where I think they should be. And it seems what you're saying is what you have is where they should, when they get there, you're ready for them.
Yeah, what we're saying is we set breadcrumbs in it, and we let them know the breadcrumbs is banana bread, you know, and it leads to a massive banana cake. When they're ready, you know, they can follow the breadcrumbs. But what I'm not going to do is I'm not going to like throw the banana cake in the trash and then run after them. It's like, how does that work? Like,
no. That's not the way to say it, bro. Because you're saying it as if the Nation of Islam doesn't have means to have all of it in one system, because they're reaching people from the bottom, from the bottom, black, anti-blacks, and taking them all the way to the, I mean, as you keep saying, Malcolm, perfect example. Yeah, he married a woman. Where was he before? When he was arguing about what color God was, and God is white, and everyone knows God is white, and all the rest of it.
The same principle can happen with Black Betterment, bro. The same principle. He can discover a lifestyle of just helping black people. It's like that, the thing is, we don't need to define it. We are going to unpack it, but you know, it's just like the 10 Commandments or whatever. It's like you've got it in a short thing in it. But the one thing is, we have to remind black people, that black people helping black people on black issues is the lifestyle. And then when we unpack it more, we're trying to promote black love, black economics, black defense, black health, black ownership, black centeredness, black collectiveness, black enterprise, black politeness, and black constructiveness. Yeah, there you go. And then these get broken down. What is black love? Well, let's see. Let's break down black love. Let's see if we can find it. Hold on, give me 17 seconds. Hold on. Where is it? All right. Constructive black men with constructive black women raising constructive black families. Black people improving the realities of black people. Black people be respectful and honorable to black people. So we can break everything down, break down in it. But we're in the process of doing that now.
That's cool. So moving towards,
bro, I just want to say something. The way how I help out with Black Betterment, right, is that I use my Pan-Africanist culture, Garveyism culture, to understand and go through Black Betterment. Why I said that for, brother? Although Brother Raven's blueprint is original, however, all those black movements, brother, stems from Pan-Africanism anyway. Do you understand? You understand what I'm saying? So what I'm saying to you, brother, and you're very intellectual stuff for that, use your culture as it pertains to your Pan-Africanist culture, brother, right? And that is how you'll be able to understand Black Betterment, if that makes any sense.
Brother, I thoroughly understand it. All I'm saying is I'm trying to get him. In other words, I don't know everything that he's doing behind the scenes, right? And so for instance, I got a guy who's been disillusioned with whatever system he was dealing with, right? And I bring him to Black Betterment. He now has dating a black woman. He plans to marry her. Right. There are certain finer details, so to speak. You know, when you got solutions, how should you be? I'm just saying that's where religion, so to speak, gives you more details. That's all my basic point is. Do you get what I'm saying? The finer details that religion might, or a religious tradition might give you. Do you see what I'm saying?
All due respect, there was a show that I did with Brother Raven, I think it was last year, and it was about templates, right? And basically it was like what the Black Betterment templates could be. One of them I said meditation, economics, and etc. So for example, right, because of the flexibility of the Black Betterment, which I said Pan-Africanism again, is that you can use your religion, brother, right, to help with certain things, as long as the religion what you're using, brother, benefits our people. You see what I'm saying? So it's very flexible. Pan-Africanism is very flexible. Do you understand what I'm saying, brother?
Listen to what I'm saying.
Right.
I'm saying, so for me, everything is black. Yeah, I'm very much, you know what I mean, the whole understanding. You'd be surprised. It don't sound that way because, you know what I mean, you ain't spent a long time with me, etc. What I'm saying, remember, I'm talking as an empathist for my brothers who are not there, right? Who are not there. Saying, like, how can I put it? Not fully coonerized. In other words, I've seen people take all of 5 years. Like you'll see them 5 years before, you'll say this, they're arguing it. You see them 5 years later, and they're pro-black as hell. And I'm saying, I want to speed that process up. Do you see what I'm saying? I'm like, should it take you 5 flipping years? Like, do you know what I mean?
You as I believe you are you're a Muslim, ain't you? Right? You should know already, brother, that or it's not, sometimes it's not for you to guide a person. You know what I'm saying? And that it's when the Creator's will for them to understand, and then it can work that way. So it may take 5, 10 years, 20 years, as long as you, as what Brother Robin saying, that you're planting the seeds, right? Little reminders there. You have to help your people out, you know, little reminders. Then it probably takes 5 years or 10 years, brother. We cannot rush the mindset, because some of us, brother, work at different templates and different capacities of thought patterns. Some of us are fast, some of us are slow. So it may take time. You know what I mean?
It's not even that. What it is, I have discovered what one of the main solutions is. It's that because I was a black man, and as he's where his perspective is coming from, the authority to speak, even if I know more than those people, is only when those people that he looked at something that they disliked and they became disillusioned in them. Now all of a sudden, where do I go now? So I'm saying this is the common theme I found amongst these people. They all seem to be followers of some sort of non-black leadership. Whether it be Christian, whether it be rap.
I understand what you mean now. Now the honourable mask, I know what you're talking about now. Now the honourable mask, obviously, that you attack the identity more than anything. So as long as you remind our people and that you can go to bed, no disrespect, you can go to bed a Muslim, a Christian, a Jew, whatever and that. But at the end of the day, you cannot get rid of your African genetical phenotype and etc. So as long as you talk about the identity, brother, then they'll wake up and then they'll say to themselves, well, I can either leave the religion, or I can say, well, I have the religion, but I'm going to focus on my culture. Talk about the identity first.
Can I make a point?
One sec, let me just respond to that. So let me just respond to that and then through. I'm saying, brother Kale, one of the things is telling them about that. They've already got an answer from their masters, which is there's no, for instance, Orthodox Sunni Islam, there's no racism in Islam, and nationalism is wrong. So in other words, when you come with any talk about black liberation and black unity, that's their response. So I'm saying an example, only when they lost confidence in those so-called scholars, now they're looking for. Do you see what I mean? So my point was they never.
Don't you think, brother, that in your religion, because you're talking about Islam, so don't you think that you should find a narration that will
No, I've got it already. This is what I'm saying. All I was asking, I know my bit in it. I'm saying for Black Betterment, where Raven's coming from, the question was very simple in regards to, does he have the stepping stones from where they are to where he is? And it seems the finer details. So here's an example.
Can I say something? I mean, you're playing tennis here.
Go ahead.
When
go
they
ahead,
get
forward, I was say his point. Go ahead. Let him say it.
When they get married, should they? What condition should they marry under? Should it be a black Christian wedding? Just so many variables that come up. Living
after IC3 speaks, may I ask a question?
Yeah, of course. IC3, say you have to say if you haven't went. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. for this Black Betterment to work and to be a lifestyle, it has to be a religion. Black Betterment has to be a new faith. That's the only way it's going to have the power to crush all this nonsense and back and forward.
I disagree, Elder. I disagree, Elder. Because the Honourable Marcus Garvey,
I know you do.
The Honourable Marcus Garvey, right? He united black people without using religion. So Brother Raven can do that. You don't need religion to organize black people. You just need to understand their identity and connect to God. Now, Brother Isa, here's the thing, brother. You're a Muslim, right? You're a Muslim.
Hold on. That's not true what you said. Marcus Garvey used the principles because in his time, Christianity was a general thing that they believed in. All right, the principles of marriage, these things were still there.
Brother, he used Pan-Africanism, brother. I know this, brother. No disrespect. He used the principles of Pan-Africanism. Come on, brother.
Brother, wait. No, wait. I'm not saying he taught. Brother, I'm not saying he taught follow Christianity or the Christian way. I'm saying what they already had as a culture among them was the values of marriage, family, the man being the head, the breadwinner, the woman being at home and cooking and so on. That was already stable then in the culture, which was part of their Christian doctrine. And I'm saying we don't have that now,
brother,
as a family.
Brother, you cannot say that the culture was part of their Christianity thing, brother, because the culture, what they used, brother, was African culture, brother. That's what you remember in our enslavement, brother. There were things that we were doing, were the things that we brought from Africa while was enslavement, brother. It had nothing to do with Christianity or even anything else. So that's what I'm saying is, brother, in your situation, right? You are a Muslim, right? So therefore, brother, you just marry a black Muslim and help Black Betterment. You see? That's what
how do you know I ain't already forget about me, right? And I'm saying Marcus Garvey, I'm saying you're talking about that came with the people. I'm saying I know Marcus Garvey, did he not speak on religion? Come on, bruv. Do you not know what he said about his belief in Jesus?
No. But the Honourable Marcus Garvey said, brother, he says he doesn't believe that you make the creator as an image, but if you're going to make him as an image, make sure he looks like you. Do you understand?
Right.
Now, what I'm saying is, brother,
therefore, it's a black God.
All due respect to your brother Isa, right? All due respect to you. What I get from Black Betterment, and no different than the rest of the African movements, is that it's focused on your culture first. The only weapon you can use, brother Isa, that will protect you from non-African people, so they can't enter it, is your culture. If you practice your culture first, right?
Let Stanley speak.
Go on, brother.
Well, no, I'm interested. I'm interested how religion plays a part in Black Betterment.
Correct. Brilliant question.
But culture is the applied, or is the application of religion and ideology. So the brother's 100%
right.
Religion.
Culture is the operating system for how people actually exist in the real world.
Yeah, so it's the application.
Culture is the operating system. Society is the hardware.
Yeah, but Brother Stanley, is because when you look at religion, the culture, the way how I understand it is religion is like a set of beliefs concerning to the cause, nature, purpose of the universe.
And religion is part of the culture, correct?
No, but where is your culture? We're not focused on the universe. We're focusing on certain beliefs that will help us as a people with our mannerisms.
Understood. But is culture how you operate in a society?
Yes.
Yes, how you live, yeah.
And is religion a part of a culture?
No.
It is culture.
No, it's not. No, it's not. It's completely different.
Necessarily culture.
Let's sort this out now.
What
is the difference between religion and culture? Who thinks there's a difference between religion and culture? And please explain why and how.
Well, please explain. I don't necessarily agree. I don't think religion is culture. I think religion is part of culture.
I disagree.
It's a part.
They're intertwined. You can't separate them.
Really?
As soon as if you morning start praying, washing for prayer, and that's your daily thing that you and your family do, that's part of your culture. If you fast in Ramadan, that's part of your.
That is a specific culture. It is not culture at large.
Hold on. In Saudi Arabia, that's blooming culture.
We don't live in Saudi Arabia, do we?
No,
we don't need.
It's two completely different things. But culture and religion are two completely different things, brother.
How are they different?
I agree.
How exactly? How exactly?
Listen, so I'll be honest with you. Yeah, it's like this. In the people I network with is a person with the people with the strongest will to want to make a difference for Black people, right? And that is the driving force. Yeah, and I would say you judge people by their works. Yeah, and their motivation to do the work. I'm with the community. I'm pushing down a template of a lifestyle that can aid people in doing just helping themselves and their community, right? It's not as a lifestyle.
Yeah, but Raven, can Black people choose their religion and still be Black?
No.
Yeah, they can.
No.
Oh my God.
Well, someone laughed. Apparently, someone doesn't agree.
Yes, go on.
What I'm saying is, look, I like the debates, right? But one thing we have to sometimes we're not just being intellectual to be intellectual, right? This is really simple.
Well, sometimes being an intellectual helps. Can Black people choose their religion?
Yeah, sure.
They can.
Whoever wants to take this down on a religious thing, that's them. But I'm saying that it's much more simple than that, yeah. And it's
much more simple, huh?
Right, yeah. So the simple thing is, you can be whatever religion you want, as long as it doesn't stop you from helping Black people practice in it.
You know what? I absolutely agree with that. So Black people do have a choice, correct?
Yeah.
Well, limited.
Now, what else do Black people have choices about?
For you, Flat Stanley, to stop interrupting intelligent conversation with silly questions. Brother Kale.
My question is silly.
Listen, we're coming to the end of the show, but we've got one more guest. So is that Bunia? Am I saying that right? Bunia?
Yes, MA. Wagwan.
Oh, MA. Wow, how's it going? Welcome. Yeah, brother.
Wow.
Brother MA, what I'll do is I'm going with the question of the guest, and you just come at this time. We'll break down what the show is about, and then we'll have maybe a short talk, whatever. But right now, this show is
still on.
Well, I don't know that my question was completely answered. Black people have choices, correct?
Yeah, I agree with that.
We talked about religion. What else do Black people have choices about?
Well, if he's already
brother. Remember, hold on, we do have a theme, and that is what are the benefits to only having Black content in Black upliftment social places, and then part 2, should Black Betterment live shows only let those who support the concept of Black Betterment speak, right? And what I'm saying is, because sometimes just from coming from a speaker's corner, hold on, brother, let me finish. Coming from a speaker's corner background, there's a lot of intellectualism, circular talking, and I want to say this, I want to say that.
So Black people can't choose intellectualism?
Hold on, friend. I know what you're saying. Let me say, please don't rise to it. Please don't rise to it. What I'm saying is, that final question is important, right? As in, like, is there a value in people who don't actually want Black Betterment to speak on Black Betterment shows?
Is there a value to smart Black people who have choices?
Yeah,
maybe Stanley.
So beyond, so brother MA, anything you'd like to add to that?
Well, just clarify one more time. What's the question?
So the question is, so let's go to the first one. What are the benefits to only having Black content in Black upliftment social spaces? So what I mean by that is we were talking about, if we have a Instagram page, for example, that says Black Love, right? Should it just be Black people on there? Should they also put like non-Black people on there?
Well, any examples we can look at many examples of cultures, civilizations, societies who have had a chance to incubate. Like if you go to the Far East and the Japanese and Chinese, there's a reason why they have their own writing system. There's a reason why, they've the culture is so thick and deep that it permeates or has permeated every layer of society, right? Even if they are kind of on a more capitalist flex now. And that's because they've been able to incubate without disruption, right? So if you take that as an example, you can apply it to any other scenario, whether it's online or offline. So in your household, for example, if you have a particular political line that you want to permeate every room in the house, yeah, your two youths, like your son and daughter, your wife, and then like, I don't know, your cousin has come to stay for a few years, you got to make sure that that line permeates all spaces and is not interrupted by anything that's going to destabilize your intent, right? So for me, any if you go across YouTube, any channel that wants to edify the people or edify a particular section of audience across the internet and want to do it in a way that is not long basically and is not kind of just slapdash, then you put a focus on what it is that you want to do. You're not gonna, if you're teaching people about how to fix computers, you're not gonna throw in 1-2 things about how to cook flipping cornmeal porridge in it. Like, it's just stupid. So
there you go.
That's
I'm glad you said that, brother.
Well, my question: do Black people have choices if they're within a household? Do they have choices about how they are in their house?
No, they don't.
Oh,
yes,
okay.
they can decide what channel they want to watch at 4 o'clock, 4 p.m. That's what
But
choice they got.
that's within their house. Does every Black house have to conform?
It depends what Issa the Great has to say. You have to come to me on the date, email me or text me, and I'll give you the answer on the date. Depends how I feel. All right, there you go.
Sounds like you can't answer the question live.
Because
we're gonna
Rap Raven has done so many things.
Listen, just so you know, honestly, guys, the last question, we're gonna end the show now, but the last question is important. We might bring it back, right? Should Black Betterment live shows only let those who support the concept of Black Betterment speak?
Yes.
Did we cover that last week?
So what I'm saying is, unfortunately, we have to, at a certain point, we really have to test a person's mindset. Are they really synchronized with the concept of Black people progressing, right? Black people having Black issues. And sometimes they might not. They might be in different rooms, right? So,
may I ask you a question? Do all Black people have to think alike?
Stanley, it said Black Betterment
do all
live
Black
shows
people have to think synchronized?
only
remember, right?
I'm dealing with that question, Stanley.
Hold on, no, we don't have to answer. What I'm saying is,
please let IC3 answer.
Hold on,
I've make more sense than the rest of you.
Mind answering that second question because I believe that was probably the point. So let me just answer it one time.
Live shows only let those who are not Stanleys speak Black Betterment, speak on Black Betterment. So
if it was
is it Black Betterment to all think alike?
Hold on.
If it was my show, yeah. If my show is about Black Betterment, first of all, I would wonder why people who are not for Black Betterment want to come to my show. That's kind of weird. Like, and then you can, kind of sharpen your conviction by, having dialogue with people that are not on that, are on completely the opposite. But nah, I'm all right in it. Like, if it's my, if I have a show that's about Black Betterment, although
it sounds like Black conformity.
Wait. There's a bit of a, not a gray area.
Black conformity is better than Black Betterment. Black conformity.
Brother Stanley, can you let him finish, please? Go ahead.
There's not a gray area, but there's some degrees to it because there could be people that generally support Black Betterment, but
are you saying that I'm not for Black Betterment?
What the hell, man?
Well, no, brother, he's not talking about you. Can you just pause him out for a minute? Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, there's degrees to it, innit? So I think that an echo chamber is not always useful.
Yeah, I agree. I understand that. The problem
And
is
this is an echo chamber.
the problem is some people generally bring absolutely nothing to the table, like absolutely nothing, apart from confusion and circular reasoning. And
Can I clear up the confusion?
Are you putting yourself into that problem, brother?
I am seeing a problem and I'm hearing it.
Right. What is it that you would like to hear, brother?
I think that Black Betterment is Black people thinking for themselves.
Okay, thanks for that opinion, brother. Okay, so what we're going to do next week, brother, we're probably going to take a continuation. I think we're going for 4 hours, though. Something like we're going to be 2 hours. But we're going to continue this. Thanks for the guys who are there. And thank you for the people who synchronize and actually bring constructive ideas for Black people, especially those who want to help. Until next week, everyone. Hope to see you again. Have a nice sleep. Have a nice weekend. See you guys.
Have a good night.
Have a good night.
Take care.
Take care.
Great.